Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9 in the morning in Jakarta. It is the time to start the conference. But before that, let us take a moment to review a few technical details. First, for the participants who joined through the Zoom meeting application, to help us recognize you, please rename your ID with your real name. For your information, for the Zoom meeting participants, there is feature of closed caption to show the subtitle in English. Second, to reduce noise and prevent any sound problems, please mute your audio, but do not forget to turn on your video. Third, you may want to drop your questions regarding the topic via Zoom chat or the link provided for the Q&A session later.
And last but not least, we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree in order to get the e-certificate for today's conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning from Jakarta. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for us to be your host for today's conference. I'm Taufik.
And I am Ambar. Welcome to the
third WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Customs Role on Sustainability and Digital Economy.
Let us take a moment to acknowledge some of our special guests who are joining us at today's conference. We are very honored to have their presence here, and we would like to thank them for their continued support. First one, would like to greet the Secretary of Indonesia National Single Window Agency, Bapak Muhammad Lukman. In addition, the invited speaker from Directorate General of Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Rudi Rahmadi. The Director of RTC Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. The invited speaker from DHL Express, Ms. Asya Rahman Menon. The invited speaker from Royal Malaysian Customs Department, Ms. Nurul Aini binti Aziz. And the invited speaker from Shanghai Custom College of China Custom, Mr. Cheng Pengfei. And would also like to greet the Executive Officer from Ministry of Finances, and last but not least, our moderator for today, Ibu Indri Risvandiari.
Not to mention our best regards to hundreds of participants who have joined us today, either the participants who attended this conference at Mezzanine Hall or the participants who attended this conference via Zoom meeting application. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us at today's conference. Ambar, before we begin, allow me to deliver today's agenda. This second day of seminar will be commenced by a keynote remarks, and not only we are going to have a plenary and a sharing session by experts from two invited countries. There will also a paper presentation from the author of selected papers. And at the end of the day, we will attend closing remarks from the Director of the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center.
Well, thank you, Taufik, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On this auspicious day, we take a great pride in donning the traditional attire from South Sulawesi. The one I'm wearing right now is called Bodo clothes. It's a typical cloth for Bugis women, and it is well known by its short sleeves and also its rectangular shape. Well, little fun fact about this clothes, Taufik, and also all participants. This cloth is considered to be one of the oldest traditional clothing in Indonesia. It has existed since ancient time and can be traced back decades or hundreds of years. And according to the Bugis tribe, every kind and color of the cloth has its own meaning that indicates the age and also the dignity of the person wearing it. For example, The border clothing with red fabric is supposed to be worn by women around 17 to 25 years old. That's why I'm wearing it today,
I see.
because it suits my age pretty well. What about you, Taufik? Mind to share what you are wearing today?
Okay, Amber, if Bugis women wearing Bodo clothes, Bugis men wear regional clothes called tutu clothes. This type of clothing is a jacket called a tutu jacket. These clothes usually include parochi bottoms and trousers, as well as a sarong and headgear in the form of a songkok. A tutu jacket is characterized by long sleeves and collared neck and is decorated with buttons made of gold or silver, which are attached to neck.
Okay, if I may say, you look magnificent wrapping this clothes.
Thank you so much, Amber.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us now commence the conference. As the Secretary of Indonesia National Single Window Agency, Bapak Muhammad Lukman will be delivering his keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big warm welcome to Bapak Muhammad Lukman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Head of Custom and Excise Training Center, Pak Untarto. Distinguished Director of Custom and Excise Information, Pak Rudi Rahmadi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. I'm honored to be here to welcome you all to this wonderful event, and also a big appreciation to Mr. Untarto Wibowo and his team to organizing it so that we can all attending it. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, and His abundant blessing and grace that allow us to gather here for the third international conference on Regional Training Center, Indonesia. May everyone be in good health and well-being. Today, in my role as a Secretary of Indonesia National Single Window Agency, on behalf of the head of International Single Window Agency, I am privileged to talk about one of the key pillars that will drive to the future of Indonesia economics, which will be shaped by innovation and technology. The world has changed dramatically in the past few decades, driven by technological advancement. One of the most significant changes has been the emergence of the digital economy, which encompasses economic activities that rely on the internet and artificial intelligence, or AI. The digital economy has made it easier for businesses to operate by automating tasks and shifting manual processes to automatic ones. The digital economy is a tidal wave that is transforming every aspect of our lives. With the widespread adoption of information and communication technology, we see the emergence of startups, e-commerce platforms, and various other innovation that alter how we work, shop, and interact. The benefits of the digital economy are accessible to both large enterprise and small and medium-sized businesses, the government, private sector, and individual alike. With the digital economy, we gain advantage such as greater information availability, time and cost as saving, and lower barriers. National Single Window Agency is at the forefront of making business more efficient and easier to run. It is playing a key role in building the foundation for an inclusive and sustainable digital economy. By connecting different processes and systems, National Single Window Agency helps businesses of all sides to reach global markets more quickly and easily. National Single Window Agency and the Directorate General of Customs and Excise have joined forces to create the national logistic ecosystem, as mandated by President Instruction Number 5 of 2020. The national logistic ecosystem is a four-pillar action plan to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of Indonesia logistics sector from 2020 and 2024. These four pillars are: first is simplification of government service business processes in the logistic field. And the second, collaboration of logistic service system, both domestically and internationally. And third, facilitation of state revenue payment transactions and payment facilities. And fourth, arrangement of port system and spatial planning as well as distribution route. National logistic ecosystem is a highly to the future Indonesian logistic, clearing away obstacles and paving the way for faster, more efficient trade, and hopefully more competitive. National logistic ecosystem also aims to align and integrate logistic information system from various relevant parties, including business actors, government agencies, and international partners. Besides these two objectives, through better technology and utilization and coordination, national logistic ecosystem is expected to help reduce logistic costs, enhance national economic competitiveness, and boost investments in the logistics sector. Some benefit that can be gained from the NLE include a significant increase in operational and administrative efficiency in the logistics sector, reduction of time and costs involved in trade processes, improved monitoring and reporting, ensuring compliance with regulation, and strengthening transparency in the logistic process. Lastly, the national logistic ecosystem will serve as a catalyst for the development of logistic-related business ecosystems, triggering innovation and new partnership across industries. Implementing the national logistic ecosystem in Indonesia is not as simple as it may seem. It requires developing and improving IT infrastructure, including digital platforms and support system. Additionally, the national logistic ecosystem requires close collaboration between the public and private sectors, including the government, businesses, and other relevant institutions. Finally, a crucial step in implementation is testing and evaluating the system to ensure it functions as intended. While the digital economy presents many opportunities, it also comes with the significant challenges, such as cybersecurity, data protection, and regulation. To ensure that the digital economy in Indonesia runs safely and healthily, we must address these challenges together. At National Single Window Agency, we are committed to staying at the forefront of digital transformation in Indonesia. By working with relevant parties, we are striving to create an ecosystem that supports the growth of the digital economy and provides opportunity for local businesses to compete globally. Ladies and gentlemen, let us together build an inclusive, sustainable, and highly competitive future for the digital economy. I am confident and believe that together we can realize Indonesian vision as a leader in the digital economy in this region. With the national logistic ecosystem, we have the opportunity to elevate the quality and efficiency of our logistics sector to new heights, ensuring that Indonesia continues to be a major player in international trade. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Muhammad Lukman. We would like to invite the executive officers of Ministry of Finance and distinguished speaker to join to the front for the group photo session.
Okay, please give a big round of applause for today's event. You may now be seated again, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, we would like to say thank you to Bapak Muhammad Lukman for your inspiring speech. It is an honor for us to have you today, right, Ambar?
Absolutely. Well, we have an exciting round of events planned for today, including some special performances organized by RTC Indonesia. There will be some showcases of Indonesian culture and diversity through dance performances. And the one we're going to present right now is a medley of traditional dances where our performance will take you on an incredible journey through the vibrant and colorful culture of the country. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
What a beautiful performance from DGCE dancers. Give a round of applause for the DGCE dancers. Thank you so much. With all due respect, to Bapak Muhammad Lukman, if you have other activities, you may leave the conference, but we're very honored if you
Would
stay here.
here
Thank
for a
you.
little longer. Thank you very much, Bapak Lukman. And now that we have been cherished by the dancer performances, I can see that all the participants are ready to go ahead with the main event. On the next session, there will be a presentation from Indonesian Directorate General of Customs and Excise and DHL Express representative regarding the custom role on digital economy and technology and innovation in customs. And this presentation, followed by a discussion session, will be led by our moderator, Ibu Indri Risvandiari. But before that, Taufik and all participants, allow me to pass on the resume of our moderator. Ibu Indri brings a wealth of experience in academia with roles as a lecturer. She completed her master's degree of economic development from Kobe University, and she used to be a professional associate of the Tariff and Trade Subdirectorate in WCO Belgium. And currently, she works as a lecturer in Polytechnic of State Finance, Stan. And without any further ado, please welcome our moderator today, Ibu Indri Risvandiari.
Thank you so much, Ambar and Taufik, for your kind introduction. And I would like to invite also Pak Dr. Rudi Rahmadi to the stage. He will be our first speaker for today's discussion. Thank you, Pak. Okay, all the distinguished guests, the Director of Indonesia Customs and Excise Training Center, Mr. Untarto Wibowo, our speaker today, the Director of IT of Indonesia Customs, Bapak Dr. Rudi Rahmadi, and the CEO of DHL Express, Ms. Asha Raman Menon, the Royal Malaysian Customs Department officials, Ms. Nurul Aini, and already here with us today from Shanghai Customs College of China Customs, Dr. Zheng Pengfei, welcome. And of course, all senior officials from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and all invited participants and guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we are delighted to see you again on the second day of the third WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference on Customs Role on Sustainability and Digital Economy, which is live broadcasted from the Ministry of Finance headquarters in Jakarta. And after yesterday, we already had a very lively discussion on customs role on sustainability or green customs. Today, I'm sure that all the audience are getting more excited, more eager to learn and discuss on the second topic, another cross-cutting issues regarding customs role on the digitalization of economy, which led to optimization of technology and innovation. So this morning we will have two agenda, already mentioned by the MC. First, the plenary session, discussing the customs role and on digital economy and technology and innovation in customs, will be delivered first by Mr. Rudi Rahmadi, and the second by Ms. Asha Raman Menon. And the second, we will have a sharing session from two invited countries, first from the Malaysia Royal Customs, Ms. Nurul Aini, and the second one will be from Mr. Zheng Pengfei from the Shanghai Customs College. And I'm very honored to be given a chance to be participating in this event as moderator. So let's start with the first agenda. I will introduce our first plenary speakers, Mr. Rudi Rahmadi from Indonesia Director General of Customs and Excise. Mr. Rudi Rahmadi will enlighten us with Indonesia's customs transformation in supporting the digital economy. And later on, Ms. Asha Menon will present insight and expectation from the private sector regarding the implementation of e-commerce principle and standard with focus on ensuring fair and efficient revenue collection, safety and security facilitation, and partnership. So first I will give the first session to Dr. Rudi Rahmadi and followed by a second session from Asha. Each of speakers will have 20 minutes for presenting, and after that we will have Q&A for 30 minutes. So our first speaker, Mr. Rudi Rahmadi, PhD, is the Director of Information and Technology of Indonesia Customs, or Director General of Customs and Excise. He is responsible for designing the strategy and planning and developing the customs information system, as well as managing the customs data. His directorate has a central role in improving customs information and communication technology to support digital economy, which drives the national economic growth. And he is accustomed to innovation. Since before he became the director of Customs IT, he was the Chief of Change Management Officer at the Central Transformation Office of the MOF, Indonesia Ministry of Finance. He earned his doctoral degree in economics from Hiroshima University, Japan. And as well, I will introduce our second speaker, CV, first, Ms. Asha Raman Menon. I don't know whether she's already joined us via Zoom or not, but Ms. Asha, before joining DHL Express, and currently now she acts as the CEO of DHL Express. She was a Royal Malaysian Customs Officer and also the first female customs attaché to the Malaysian Embassy in Brussels for 7 years. Okay, so, and I've known her as a senior technical officer in the Facilitation and Procedures Subdirectorate of the WCO, where she managed the trade facilitation and security initiatives, including defining the policy and advocacy activities related to supply chain security, customs to business partnership, and also air cargo and interagency relationship. So without further ado, for our first speaker, Dr. Rudi Rahmadi, please start the presentation, and our team can help with the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Indri, for very warm welcome and give the audience the introduction about me. And very good morning to all of you, distinguished Pak Untarto, Head of the Education and Training, Customs Education and Training Center, distinguished speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great pleasure for me and very honored to be here. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to Pak Untarto and his team for hosting and organizing this wonderful event of 3rd WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference with the theme of customs role and sustainability and digital economy. Been a great pleasure, Pak, for me to be part of this wonderful event. And today I would like to present and share some of the information as well as the experience of DGCE, the Directorate General of Customs and Excise of Indonesia, in establishing and developing the core system of our service and control with the IT technology embedded in our system. That's so-called the CESA 4.0. I give the title of my presentation with the CESA 4.0, what's inside, the technology and innovation embedded in supporting digital economy, to align with the theme of this 3rd WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. to give the context of my presentation and give some insights to the audience about the dynamics of customs strategic environment nowadays, I would like to share the study of the Deloitte. Please go to the my first substance of the my PowerPoint. Next. Next. Here. Study of Deloitte in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, stated that the economic value of the digital industry in 2021 nowadays it is expected 70 billion US dollar, and it is projected to be increased in more than double to 145 billion US dollar by 2025, driven by e-commerce, food transportation and delivery, as well as the online travel and online media. Why the digital economy matters for business? Because it improves understanding of the target consumers. And then the second one is the, yeah, thank you. Second one is the, sorry for the technical problem. Yes, and then the transform business models, and then create better products and services, and develop more efficient process, and it impact across all industries. And the digital economy has caused customers to expect more from business. So these are the rationales that need to be dealt with all IT providers as well as the business related, so that we in DGCs, especially in the IT Directorate of Customs, we initiate the establishment of the this CHASA 4.0 system to meet with the business and our stakeholders' expectation, in line with our core function and role, which is comprised of 3 main aspects: the revenue collector, trade facilitation, and industrial assistance, as well as the community protection. And we try our best to provide or to establish the system that can use efficiently, effectively, and provide the many value added for our stakeholders. And in terms of the digital economy, we build the system that can provide the digitalization and collaboration, meaning the collaboration between customs and logistic entity to address challenges and leverage emerging opportunities by utilization of omni-channel. This is the important keywords that we use or we initiate in our systems. The second one is the digital transformation and innovation by the utilization of smart technology in customs and access information and automation, the so-called CHASA. We also collaborate this CHASA to the national logistic ecosystems that previously mentioned by Pak Lukman in his speech, to get better products and services, especially for the logistics performance. How can we in customs do so? We built our CHASA 4.0 with the state-of-the-art digital infrastructure that can serve the not only our main function, revenue collector, security and protection, as well as the trade and industry facilitation, but also to serve better our stakeholders, especially for the private sectors. How? We adopt the technology to support our initiative that can be used by our stakeholders, such as not only internal stakeholders, our employees, but also private sectors, businesses. For instance, the API management, the application programming interface management that can be used by private sector. They can utilize our data and then use the data to make a platform and to serve their customers better. Face recognition, this is very important for our customs officials in the airport to detect and to, follow the movement of our suspects, drug trafficker suspects, and then to control the movement of international passengers. And we designed the forecast-based infrastructure of our CESA 4.0 systems. Some of the initiatives are NLE, National Logistics Systems, smart targeting, intelligent audit, so on and so forth. And we also adopt the platform of the big data. Use the data integration, data lake, data processing, big data ready, and we also facilitate the data exchange from or between our system, CESA 4.0 system, to the other systems of our stakeholders. G2G, government to government, government to business, as well as the business to business. Next slide. And then we shift from the old previous CESA 3.0 that has so many applications within separate, interface that creates several problems like siloed system, and then not streamlined process, need data reconciliation, data duplication, costly, so on and so forth. We putting all applications all together, unifying database and mapping using WCO data model into single core portal of CESA 4.0 that has so many advantageous attributes, so-called the activity base. So previously, we create the application with product base, but not related to our customers. So we shifted this CESA 3.0 into the new one, 4.0, that can facilitate the activity-based transaction, more streamlined process, use customer-centric approach based on user experience, so we can serve our customer better than before. And then open and integrated system, data and knowledge-driven, omni-channel and borderless services that can be used by our customers to provide their end customers better than ever. What is the advantage of a single core? For the external users, so the service users do not need to manage many modules, remember many accounts, repeated entries, lots of data, no need anymore. By using some called the pre-populated data that can serve inputs of the documentation, more convenience and faster than before. Yeah. For the internal, our internal stakeholders, it can facilitate the integration and interoperability between systems in the government sphere. You can see this implementation later on in my presentation in the context of national logistic ecosystems. Next slide. So this is the features of data exchange and data collaboration within the national logistic ecosystems of Indonesia. So CESA with the system of LNSW hand in hand provide as the backbone of our logistics systems, provide infrastructure and system that can support 3 pillars out of 4 pillars of national logistic ecosystems, namely G2G, business simplification process, and B2B, business to business, and G2B, government to business. Yeah, and we also, as I mentioned before, provide the technology of omni-channel to enable seamless submission of customs documents. We also adopt the data-driven analytics that can enable us to use the big data and knowledge-driven analytics that facilitate the collection, sharing, and analysis of the data, end-to-end data, not separate anymore, not partial anymore, not only for partial analysis, but comprehensive analysis. And by doing so, we also facilitate the collaboration and the joint program of the customs and tax administration, not only to provide the efficient control for our taxpayers that creates, some kind of the voluntarily compliance, but also to serve them better, because the insights or the perspective is not partial anymore, but comprehensive, to know our taxpayer, our customer better, not only for the partial insight from customs per se or tax administration per se, no, but integrated. Yeah. And then we use the smart technology of CHESA, so-called the STE, Smart Custom and Excise. That I will elaborate in the next slide. Yes, thank you. For instance, CHESA Search profile 360-degree view profile for company, people, commodity, and transporter. The comprehensive risk engine using machine learning and rule set based analysis, case management, and joint analysis between customs and tax authority, as I mentioned before. Next, this is the illustration of the technology that we already used in a security system or control system using face recognition analysis. So it can help us to detect and to see our suspect among so many passengers in the airport without making too many intrusion or intervention to the passenger. Yeah. So what is the result of our investment of the adoption of technology as well as the establishment of CHESA 4.0? Here, in the next slide, our revenue increase. We recorded 18.04% growth in our collection. Import duty reached to $3.2 billion US dollar, export duty $2.4 billion US dollar, excise $14 billion US dollar, and import related tax $13.3 billion US dollar. In terms of facilitation, CHESA plays a role in facilitating trade and industry through services. We reduce our time release study, or it makes the efficiency in time 37%, and 78.5% of documents were submitted via electronic COO, and we established the electronic customs declaration to provide our international passengers more flexibility that can be built up to 2 days before arrival. Yeah, so no need queue in airport. The enforcement also, our hit rate reached to 60.38%. I believe this is higher than the average of the WCO standards. And then our passenger risk management hit increase of 56%. In terms of other role or other function, we optimizing operational activities that can reach the level of satisfaction of CHESA increase to 0.7%. Revenue forecasting is more accurate, and then we make the efficiency in some certain companies by 760,000 rupiah per document. So this is the efficiency realized by our stakeholders. Next. And here the implementation of national logistic ecosystem. We already made the efficiency in 2022 up to 44.5% in time reduction and 30.8% in cost reduction. The implementation of NLE has already been spread out in 46 port and 6 airport, and we still continues. Yeah. And my last slide. Despite of those achievements, we see the many room for improvement for us. For instance, we need to enhance our digital services. This includes the increase of reliability and cyber security. We also would like to expand our comprehension and the implementation of data analytics and artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, cybersecurity, and regulatory frameworks. That's all for my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahmadi, for the valuable insights about the innovation conducted by the IT department, and it's being the blueprint in 2018, and you already measure the benefit. So many benefits already gained by the initiative. Thank you, Pak Rahmadi. And for our second speaker, Ms. Asha Menon. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Asha. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Okay, so where are you at now? Where are you located now? From which city?
I'm actually located in Brussels, Belgium, but there is also another conference happening in Albania, also around e-commerce and AEO and trade facilitation. So to be honest, I'm actually now in Tirana, Albania, in a hotel room. And so that's why I was going to tell everyone, if there is some technical difficulties, I apologize beforehand.
Okay.
And at the same time, nice to meet you, Ibu Indri.
Nice to meet you too. We met in 2018, I believe, if you still remember. Okay.
Yes.
So please, Asha, you have 20 minutes to start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. And firstly, I'd like to thank Customs and Excise Education and Training Center for providing me this opportunity and inviting me to be able to share some of DHL's Express insights, especially on the three key principles of the WCO e-commerce framework of standards. Yeah, I was about to share. Yeah, thanks. Secondly, I just want to also take the opportunity, to congratulate and also to express the very interesting welcome speech by Bapak Muhammad Lokman. It was very interesting and had a lot of pertinent points, and also the very interesting presentation by Bapak Rudy on CESA 4.0. Very interesting. I mean, maybe at some point of time, we'll definitely want to learn much more in what he had presented. So regarding my presentation today, I've been asked to speak about the three principles, mainly of the WCO e-commerce framework of standards on fair and efficient revenue collection, safety and security, and partnership. What is our expectation, what we are doing in this area, and I believe it's a win-win situation that we are looking for. And the outset, I think, just to emphasize that everyone has a role to play in ensuring the successful implementation of e-commerce, which is booming right now. Next slide, please. Yeah. I cannot start my presentation without giving you an idea what our business looks like. and to give you an idea of bit what we do. So I think you can see here, we operate in over 220 countries and territories worldwide, making us one of the most international company in the world. You can see that we have 3 global hubs, which is in Leipzig, Hong Kong, and Cincinnati. We have more than 3 million customers. We are AO certified in more than 50 countries. As you know, there is about almost 100 countries, customs administrations in the world that already has an AO program, and we are certified in at least 50 countries. We have more than 2,300 flights per day, and we have 315 million time definite shipments annually. That is, the time definite. If you want it to send by 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, that's us. And we've moved 2 billion plus vaccination globally till now. We clear about 200 million plus shipments, customs cleared each year. We have more than 120 employees, more than 330 dedicated aircraft, and I think this is interesting, 15,000 dedicated customs clearance employees, right? So they are very dedicated in ensuring that we clear all our customers' shipments as fast as possible. And I think especially in this region, I think TAPA is a very important certification, and we have about 370 TAPA certification. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is nothing because we heard about yesterday how important customs role in sustainability and about green customs. And I just wanted to share that, customs is doing so much on this green front, and that we as industry have also taken the responsibility to ensure that we also do our part. And you can see here, we've got clean operations for climate protection. We have a great company to work for all and highly trusted company. So just to say, and we also have with the DHL group, we have Go Green, where we talk about, you say green. We got Go Trade to help the trade with SMEs especially. Go Help, we actually help countries that are having problems. And Go Teach, we help, teaching free some of the kids in the developing countries. Next, please. Yeah, so what are we talking about today? E-commerce, WCO e-commerce, but when you talk about e-commerce, it's not only WCO framework of standards. So for us, I think it's also very important, we need to talk about the WTO trade facilitation agreement here, right? Especially, and not all inclusive, is Article 7.1. I think this is what customs, I'm sure you all are doing it, and and I'm also ex-customs, but I think this is just to emphasize that when we talk about e-commerce, Article 7.1 pre-arrival processing is very important. Article 7.2 e-payment, 7.3 separation of release from clearance, Article 7.4 risk management, and very importantly, 7.8 expedited shipment, especially in our area of work. Revised Kyoto Convention, General Annex, the WCO immediate release guidelines, very important for us. With the different 4 categorization, and of course the WCO framework of standards on e-commerce. Now on this, I'll just take a little bit more time here. So under fair and efficient revenue collection, what is it that we see is important and that needs to do? We need simplified procedures. And I'm sure you've heard this from everybody. Not only you've heard from the private sector, from customs. It's been going on forever and ever. Everyone says we need simplified procedures. With simplified procedures, things get easier at the border. That you can remove costs, you can bring efficiency up. But I think where we are looking at is, while we speak about it, I think we need to put it into action. And that is where I think we are coming from. We need to have real simplified procedures. We have it in the international agreements, we have this in the framework, but how does that translate into operationally on the ground for both customs and industry. I think that's where the important thing that comes. Models of revenue collection, yes, cooperation with tax, and we actually heard from Papa Rudy that that in SESA you have this good cooperation with the tax authorities, and that's very good to hear. The next one is de minimis. Sorry, it's not the next. I'm still on the same slide. Sorry. So standard 9, de minimis. Okay, so I think it's very important, and it's de minimis is everywhere, but we also see there's a lot of changes coming in many customs administration, and de minimis seems to be losing some of the importance. And I think here I would like to stress that de minimis is important, especially to the industry, and this is something that if customs administration were looking to remove it, I think you should do a study impact on it. So the next principle, safety and security. What is it that we think? Authorized economic operator. AEO for cross-border e-commerce is very important. While we say we only, at least we know only one country form owners to become AEO. And even for us, as part of the integrated e-commerce ecosystem, DHL Express, we are also not allowed to be an AEO in many countries. And I think this is where, customs need to think about. Standard 10, prevention of fraud and illicit trade. I think this is about sharing of information, not only government agencies, between government agencies, but also with industry. And I think that's where it's important. And also interagency cooperation and information sharing is understanding the challenges. And we need to we understand sometimes interagency cooperation is not as easy as we want it, and for information sharing. But I think where we need to look is a bigger picture on how it helps everybody. And lastly, partnership, and I think that's very important. We talk about partnership, and Papa Rudy had referred to it many times, how important it is to have this partnership between customs and government with industry. And I think here is where with all of us, especially in e-commerce, we have to work together and to have the C2C exchanges or C2B exchanges. I think this is very important. Next slide, please. So now I'm going straight into the three principles, right? So what it is that we are looking at customs and what we are doing. Now for fair and efficient revenue collection, the principle, what is it that we want? Very simple. What we want is it's the vendor collect model. So the Global Express Association, which we are a member, we talk about the collection model, and we are talking about three models. Why? Because we know in all the countries, you cannot just have one model and everyone implement that model. And so we are looking at, there's three models here: simplification through a flat rate, if any of the countries would be able to do, or simplified duty collection with a bucket, I think, like in Australia, and also vendor collect system, where you're looking at the tax or GST collection. How would it be, right? And having said that, we do it with a caveat that, for this kind of model, we don't expect it to the goods are not subject to prohibition and restriction. We understand that should not be part of it. We look into simplified classification, example using chapter 98 here. Simple value and origin verification, and as you know, sometimes it can be very complicated. Simple duty or tax rate structure, and that is what I think a lot of it we've all been saying this. Seller accountability, and that's why we talk about vendor collect model. Seller accountability, we want to hold the seller responsible for providing all relevant data and documentation, and allow overseas company to act as importer on customs declaration, and avoid double taxation. And I think this, as all of us are also consumers, and we might be in one day in this situation where there is double taxation. And I think this should be avoided. And this is to ensure that pre-calculated duties and taxes on invoices for duty delivered paid shipments can be deducted from the invoice value to prevent double taxation. And I think that's very important for all of us. Next, please. I'm not sure whether some of you all had attended the WCO second symposium on e-commerce and customs valuation that was held last week. And this is not my slide. So the next 3 slides is from OECD. And I just copied it here because for the first time, we hear OECD recommending, right? Recommending the model for vendor collect model. And so, and I just wanted to share that this is something that they have also said in the symposium. Charge VAT at the point of sales, remit VAT periodically to simplified online registration and compliance regime, and collect VAT upon importation, fast release at customs. So when there's no collection of VAT at importation, there'll be fast release at customs. So I think this is very important, and this is just to reiterate the point that where we are coming from the industry, from Express, that even OECD is also recommending. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is another slide where they talk about the opportunities and effect of the supplies, where you talk about low value imported goods, right? What does it give? It gives opportunity, it gives effect, and it also gives policy impact, some positive policy impact. And I think that's one of the reasons why OECD is recommending it. The next slide, please. So here, I mean, they even put the examples of what have been already implemented in the different countries. And I'm sure you all know, I mean, Australia has implemented it, and they saved nearly 1.2 billion in the first 4 years, right? And even in the EU, you know, they've saved also nearly 3.8 billion. New Zealand, and it shows that, you know, this model does work and does provide benefits and advantage for customs administration and industry. So it would be a win-win situation in our situation. Thank you. Next slide, please. So that is one of the first principle, fair and efficient collection, revenue collection. Now, the other principle that the e-commerce framework of standard promotes is safety and security, right? So what is the cooperation and collaboration on safety and security with customs administration? So what have we done in this area to share with all of you is with customs itself, especially on IPR, on tackling IPR infringement on a daily basis, right? So we have worked with the US Customs, and these are just 2 examples among a lot of other examples that we have, and Hong Kong Customs. Now, for the Hong Kong Customs, you can see, you know, what happened and how much they have managed to seize and save the value in Hong Kong dollars. And we had also put this in our WCO article that we had presented before. And in recognition, we were given, of course, the certificate of merit, you know, from the WCO by Hong Kong Customs, which we're very happy. And if they are here today, we are very thankful for that. Now, from US, what we've done is also on IPR, where they have a voluntary abandon program, and where we worked with them. We're working with them, you could see that, you know, they managed to save in 2021. They saved 5,000 shipment valued at 246.3 million, right? We were referred to. And so it was a success working with them, and we're still working with them. And this is through collaboration to ensure the safety and security of shipment moving in our network. So I think, you know, this to prevent the fraud and illicit trade, I think cooperation is very important. If possible, we understand from the industry that if customs can do information sharing, that will be excellent. It will definitely help us. Next slide, please. What are some of the activities that we have done? So earlier, what I shared is that what we've done with other customs administrations to ensure safety and security. But within DHL Express itself, we have our own activities to ensure safety and security within DHL Express. So we have developed a series of proactive initiative to tackle both the IPR, undervaluation, and the true shipper receiver, right? to ensure, and that is through the Global Customs Compliance Program. So it's a DHL Express Global Customs Compliance Program. The program actually aims to improve even more the shipment integrity. Now, what are we doing this for? Because we want to ensure
Sorry,
that
Asha,
non-compliant shipment doesn't enter into our network. So
Sorry,
I
Asha,
can
you
tell
have
you
3
right
more minutes.
now, as an ex-customs and now a private sector, the company really seriously do not want non-compliant shipment in our network. And I think that is what you all also want, to ensure safety and security, right? And so this program helps the shipment integrity and to ensure that the commercial invoice data provided by shippers are the best data that we get, right? And this will allow customs administrations, yeah, all of you all to apply a more targeted risk assessment and support compliant customs clearance processes. So I think this is very important. It's a global initiative for us to increase awareness and to tackle the 3 areas. Yeah, and we are doing it by deploying a series of tools, reporting, training, communication materials. This is huge for us. Yeah, and we also have data analytics solution to
Asha, you
proactively
have 2 more
identify
minutes.
high-risk shipment. And we actually intercept physically, stop those shipment at the origin, as we know if they are undervalued or they are of IPR, right? And then we also further enhance these potential areas by trying to have exchange or increase of exchange where legally allowed, again, I mentioned just now, of intelligence and information from customs. So if we can get this information, we can put into our risk profiling tool. So we also have our own risk profiling tool, with the red rules and green rules like customs. And if customs can share some information, we could add it into our risk profiling tools. Right. Yes, I'm short of time. An additional initiative. Yeah, okay, it's okay. And this is just very quickly that it's okay. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, this is very quickly to just share that, the rapid e-commerce growth actually brings a lot of business opportunity as well as challenges. And I think you can see this whole list. I won't go through it, but we suffer with a lot of challenges. But of course, there's also business opportunities. Next slide, please. This is just to show, because we are talking about digitalization just now, and I just wanted to share that the amount of investment we are putting in system on automation and data analytics include robotic process automation, machine learning, data analytics, and we are also enhancing all our customs clearance system enhancement globally. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. And this is the third principle, partnership we're talking. So what kind of partnership are we talking here? So we have both. We think that the partnership is, of course, both, and what Express can do, us, and what authorities can do. So there's a lot of things that both of us can do. And I think I'm just going to pick a few. Enhance cooperation, effective information sharing where possible. We think that you should have meaningful consultation in regulatory formulation with trade community, and I think I heard that from Papa Ruti just now. I think we should also think about reward compliant traders through better incentive, and I'm not talking only AEO. Okay, it's also for companies that have better data quality, for example. I think that we should think about rewarding compliant trade and implement WCO's voluntary compliance framework that will allow us to come to you voluntarily to say if there's anything that we've done a mistake, and it's only a mistake that we should not be penalized, and we should have this possibility of doing voluntary disclosure. Okay, I think I'll stop there now. Hopefully it's not too much over time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give a big applause for both of our speakers this morning. Okay, let's start with the Q&A session. For the first term, I will take 3 questions first from the audience. Okay, maybe from the last row first, and the second and the Third from the middle. Okay. Please state your name and your institution. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunities. Hi, Ms. Asha. My name is John. I'm come from Directorate of Communication in Customs Headquarters. So I would like to ask about this is such an interesting materials actually. So I just want you to elaborate on the public-private partnership opportunities. So, so for the first one is, can you elaborate more the example of successful public-private partnership between DHL and customs authorities, aside of Asia, perhaps in Europe or Africa, something like that. And then the number two, based on my experience working in the Indonesian customs, so I work for my daily work is to ensure of the protection of Indonesian customs sensitive and confidential information. So I'd like to hear some elaboration or the answer from you about the data protection. So if there is a partnership between public authorities and DHL, how can DHL ensure that the data between customs authorities and DHL can be used accordingly? I know that there are some confidential information. I'd like to know how DHL can conduct or carry out the project accordingly. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. May you mention your name again, please?
My name is John.
John.
John, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the second one from the Miss.
Good morning, Ms. Indri and Mr. Rudi Rahmadi. I'm from Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. My name is Nurutami Wayujayani. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I want to say thank you to Directorate of Information Technology for their support to CHAISA tools, especially at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. My question goes to Mr. Rudi Rahmadi. Actually, I have a simple question. In this era, in data-driven analysis, we depend on system, automatization, technology, internet, and data protection. I just wonder about, do Directorate of Information Technology has mitigation plan in case something happen with system or technology, such as system failure, cyber security risk, or human error? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last question from the middle row.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Rudi Rahmadi, and thank you, Ms. Asha, for the excellent presentation. My name is Haikal. I'm from Indonesian Customs Headquarters. I would like to address my question to Ms. Asha. In this digital economy, DHL as a logistics system plays a huge part in supporting countries in delivering the perfect logistics system. I would like to know how DHL keeps up with the regulation, especially DHL has served in almost more than 200 countries with 15,000 more customs clearance employees. I would like to know how DHL keep track of the regulation across countries, which is pretty much very different, as Ms. Asha already elaborate that de minimis value has important part in the system, etc., etc. each country has different regulations. So how DHL keep tracks of the regulation in different countries, and is there a global framework that DHL use? And also, as a customer, does DHL deliver the information accordingly to the customers, to the DHL customers, or do the customers has to find the regulation by themselves? Especially if, let's say, I'm from Indonesia and I want to send something to Argentina or to Europe. Should I ask the sender? Search the regulation, or DHL gives information accordingly? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Asia, could you please answer the first and the third question, and later on the second question will be answered by Mr. Rudy, and also you can add some more.
Sure. Thank you very much for John and Haikal, I think, for the questions, interesting questions. Customs business partnership. I mean, we do quite a lot. We pilot quite a lot because we always go out and tell, if you want to pilot anything new, if you were going to come up with a new regulation, I mean, our recommendation will always be to pilot it out first. And so we are always open to pilot, and that's one of our customs business partnership. Another example is, say, in Europe, I won't mention the country, where we were having problems and the customs was stopping almost all our shipments. And we had spoken to them, and the example of working with them was to show that we have, remember I mentioned the risk management tool that we use. And we had provided them the fact that we can use the tool to identify, to help them. And this is not taking over customs work, right? So this is just to help from our side to already help identify in our system what are high-risk goods using our machine learning. And that is why we keep saying that it's important if customs can share that information with us. We are happy to put into our risk management system, and we can stop the goods and share it and pass it over to customs if you wanted to have a look. So this will be a work together, right? It's a cooperation, and it's not us just thinking that we think it is high risk and providing you. If we could work together, I think this would work very, very well. So on data protection, yes, one of the things is you have to remember we are a German company. We are based in Europe. Data protection is extremely important for us. And on top of it, I think we are not asking for confidential information in that sense of people. I think what we are looking at is what we could put into the risk management system that you could share. Or we have something called denied party, right, screening, where we screen customers before opening shipment. And if customs have, high risk, companies that, or people or persons that you think should not be opening accounts and sending shipments because they will not be sending compliant shipments, that could also be something that we put into the system. And of course, we'll never share because we are under the data protection legislation in most countries. For the other question from Haikal, I think that's really interesting. I mean, it is true. There is so many regulation changes today. I can tell you that I have between 50 to 60 countries that are looking to change legislation or procedure or processes. And how do we keep track of that? Okay, we have exactly like the WCO, and that's why I work at the global. So we work with our regions. Like WCO, we have 6 regions, and our regions, they work with the countries. Exactly like if you're, the WCO framework working the way. So every country, we have a customs regulatory affairs person in DHL Express who actually collects all the changes that is upcoming. And that is fed back to me, and where I keep a repository of all the changes that's coming up within, whether it's immediate, past, or the future, right? So it's mainly customs changes, regulation changes, procedure changes, we keep that. Now, following that, what we do is exactly what you asked. We make information papers, frequently asked questions, PowerPoints. We put it into our website for our customers. So the customers do not need to come to us. As soon as we know there's changes, we prepare all this documentation and we provide all our customers. We put it on our website. Now, on our website, there is also information where if you were saying you were going to send from Indonesia, say to Brussels, to me, what you need to do when you go onto the site, you will see all the restrictions. What can you send, what you cannot send, what needs permits, what needs, license. Everything is in the system as much as we can. We gather all this information and we update our website with all this information. And that is how our customers are up to date with everything. Thank you. I hope that answers both the questions or both the participants.
Okay, thank you, Asha. Please, Pak Rudi.
Thank you very much for the question, especially from Ami, Bu Ami, from the Customs Office of Soekarno-Hatta Airport. Addressing about the mitigation plan, if something goes wrong with our system, right? So that's so-called the BCP, the Business Continuity Plan. Yes, we do have that kind of mechanism. In Director General Decree number 19, 2023, just now enacted in November 1st of 2023. So we already had this mechanism and protocol to launch the business continuity plan if we have some situation of failure system, right? In this DG decrees, DG's decree number 19, 2023, we regulate about the business continuity plan, a scenario, and then the mechanism of coordination. Principle of coordination comprises of 4 layers: level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 0 in area of our stakeholders, our customers. The first level 1 is on the servicing office, our custom servicing office across Indonesia, especially for the person in charge or unit in charge related to the systems, and then related to the service matters, as well as the enforcement teams. And then third layer or level 3 is on Directorate of IKC, yeah, comprised of or handling the complaint management and problem management. And then the last one is on level 4 at the programmer side. If there is a bug or if there is what do you call it, the situation or trouble that needs to be followed up further inside the system. For instance, we need to cooperate with our surrounding systems, because if you may already knew that the CESA 4.0 system is not operating solely. We have many surrounding systems. For instance, the Indonesian National Single Window for the import and export license, and then the Digitex for the validation of taxpayer certificates, and then last one is from a Digitreasury, the MPN or SPAN, that how to say, collaborate the system between CHESA and MPN for the settlement process, billing system. So if something goes wrong in their system, even though the CHESA is going well, then the service can be stopped. So that's why we need to, how to say, scrutinize the troubles, and then we followed up or make a troubleshooting based on every scenario. And within this Director General's decree number 19, we establish kind of threshold time. If we cannot, how to say, make the system up again within 1 hour, so it is allowed to launch the backup mechanism, the manual mechanism. What if there is a scenario or a situation that need to be done less than 1 hour? Then it is also allowed, yeah, to launch the backup mechanism, or the, what do you call it, the plan B mechanism, with certain requirement that need to be fulfilled by the customs servicing office in field. So yes, we do have this kind of protocols, yeah, as a business continuity plan. So I hope it can answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rudy. And I'll open the second term, and we already have one participant from the Zoom, Hong Nguyen from the University of Leek, and you can still ask question to more participants if there are any from this floor. Okay, while waiting for another participant.
Hello everyone.
Okay,
Thank you very much
Nguyen.
for the opportunity. My name is Hong Nguyen. I am from Vietnam Customs, but also from the University of Liège. I wish I had a paper to submit this round, maybe next year. So I have two questions for each, one question for each presenter. So I see that congratulations for the comprehensive presentation and comprehensive strategy on the digital system, economy and customs procedures. But I might think that you need a special regulation on recruiting staff working in the IT sector, for example, data science or a programming specialist or big data specialist. So do you have to change the customs law or the regulations in order to customs to recruit these specialists? The second question coming to Asha, very nice to see you again. I think that the vendor model is very, very interesting and we would like to explore further. However, when we consider implementing it, it may face issue with the vendors registration in the domestic system. Okay, so I have a question why DHL or GEA don't consider to combine the vendor collection model and intermediate model, which is more applicable to our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nguyen. Yes, for the first question, please, Pak Rudy.
Thank you, Ms. Hong from Vietnam Customs, for your interesting question. Appreciate it. You mentioned about the necessity to change the regulation or to modify or to adapt in terms of the regulation to promote the digital transformation or digital culture. Yeah, you mentioned about the data science, the implementation of proper technology, and so on and so forth. That can be improve over time. We call it, or I call it here as the establishment or improvement of soft infrastructure. In my presentation, you may see, you know, the picture or the presentation of hard infrastructure, but it cannot be in place solely because it's just the hard infrastructure. So we need to build other infrastructure, the so-called soft infrastructure, meaning the procedure or the regulation that may promote the the development, the expansion of digital transformation using proper technology that every day can be changed, yeah, dramatically. And then how we manage people to embrace into the digital transformation that in one part creates more opportunity, but on the other part also creates some disruption effect. So we need to prepare on this. We are in Indonesian customs. We already make or establish some several like regulation modification to provide as the soft infrastructure to promote people, our people, that can be friendly to the technology or digital transformation. For instance, we built this is no need to change the law, yeah, the customs law, no, because it's too technical. Perhaps we can modify or establish the regulation or the instruction of Director General's, our Director General's decree or instruction for us in customs as government employees or customs officials, as well as instruction to our stakeholders to adopt, adapt, and then to cope with these digital transformation challenges and opportunity. The procedure, we built the mechanism or the norms, how can we use the technology safely and securely. So we put much more attention on the cyber security. We also initiate the regulation in Director General's level to promote the data culture, the use of data science, data analytics. Not only for the regulation, we also implement some kind of programs of change management, yeah, change management, to make people, you know, more familiar with the data science, and then we invest seriously on our people. Okay, using utilizing the opportunity of a short course perhaps, or we invest on the more formal way, sending our people to the university, especially in IT, technology, and data science matters. Yeah, so build comprehensively not only the hard infrastructure but also soft infrastructure that can be not only but also covers a lot of things like regulation, and then people, change management, the procedure if something goes wrong, that so-called the business continuity plan also. So so on and so forth. So this is just the illustration. So yes, the keyword is the comprehensive soft infrastructure along with the establishment of hard infrastructure. So I hope this can answer your question, yeah, Ms. Hong from Vietnam Customs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. And maybe the last question, the second question to Asia. Could you please respond to Nguyen? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Indri. I know we are over time. I'm going to take advantage that we are over time and be very honest that I don't have an answer of that right now. So Hong, thanks for the question. I'm sure we'll catch up offline and I'll definitely explain that to you after speaking to Ditma for sure.
Okay, thank you so much for your honest answer and for your you understand that we have overtime. Okay, thank you everyone, the participant and our distinguished speakers for the first plenary session. I'd like to close the plenary session. Thank you, Mr. Rudy and Asha. I'll get back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Indri, Mrs. Asha Raman Menon, and Bapak Rudi Rahmadi. Next, we would like to invite the Director of RTC Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, to hand over a token of appreciation to invited speaker, Bapak Rudi Rahmadi.
Thank you, Bapak Rudi Rahmadi, for being a speaker on this plenary session.
Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue to our next session, we would like to remind, if you have any question, you may want to drop your question regarding the topic via the link provided for the Q&A, and we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree, so you can get the certificate for today's conference. That's all for the information. We would like to move to the next session. In this session, we will listen to a sharing session of two invited countries, Malaysia and China. The sharing session and discussion will also be moderated by the lecturer of Polytechnic of State Finance Stan, Ibu Indri Rizwandiari. Without any further ado, please welcome back Ibu Indri Rizwandiari.
Okay, thank you, Taufik and Ambar. Let's start for the second agenda this morning, the sharing session from Malaysia and China. So, Dr. Zheng Pengfei, would you please come to the stage? Thank you. Hello, seated. Okay, so is Ms. Nurul already joined with us in the Zoom? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I'll introduce our speaker first. Okay, so in this sharing session, we will have two speakers, Ms. Nurul Aini binti Aziz from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department and Dr. Zheng Pengfei from Shanghai Customs College of China Customs. And they will share their experiences and challenges in implementing various or several guiding principles for cross-border e-commerce. And Ms. Nurul Aini, she will share about information and communication technology innovation at the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Maybe some of you already have been to KLIA, one or two, I don't know. And their innovation there aim to facilitate trade and simplify procedures by utilizing advanced electronic data processing and risk management. And Dr. Zheng Pengfei will present the cross-border e-commerce regulation, standards and practice, and also its facilitation measures of China customs. I will give the first session to Ms. Nurul Aini first, and then followed by Dr. Zheng Pengfei. Now each of speakers will have more times compared to the previous one. You will have 30 minutes for presenting, and the Q&A will still in 30 minutes. So, Ms. Nurul Aini binti Aziz, she's a Royal Malaysian Customs Department official and currently work at KLIA, Kuala Lumpur International Airport. And she's responsible for import record management, import hanging form management, and electronic manifest management. Prior to her current post, she worked at the Compliance Division, conducting company audit, and at the Technical Services Division, conducting verification and profiling for company. So her work experience is not only at the clearance process, but also at the pre-risk management and post-clearance control. And our second presenter, Dr. Zheng Pengfei. Dr. Zheng Pengfei is a lecturer and graduate supervisor at Shanghai Customs College of China Customs. He earned his PhD degrees in economics from Wuhan University, and now he teaches economics and statistics. He has conducted series of research projects sponsored by the General Administration of China Customs, and his topics mainly regarding better customs supervision of cross-border e-commerce, custom statistics innovation in Hainan Free Trade Port, implication of WCO data strategy for China Customs, evaluation of utilization rate of Sino-Swiss FTA, and so on. And lastly, he also researched on monitoring of migration of industrial chain based on data mining. So thank you. I will give the time to Ms. Nurul. You will have 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. Today, I would like to talk about the implementation of e-commerce at Kuala Lumpur International Airport Cargo. So actually, this e-commerce at Kuala Lumpur International Airport Cargo, we also e-commerce is also at Penang Airport. But because I was at KLIA, because I am at KLIA, so I just talk about the e-commerce in KLIA. So I would like to introduce EPAM, introduction to EPAM first. So EPAM is a short for Electronic Pre-Alert Manifest. So when we talk about e-commerce in Malaysia, we will relate it with an Electronic Pre-Alert Manifest system, EPAM. So e-commerce or electronic commerce is the trading of goods and services on the internet. So it's the Malaysian Custom Initiative to develop a system to cater the declaration of importation e-commerce goods in Malaysia. The system that Malaysian Custom developed is introduced in September 2017 and had been used until now. It is mandatory to use the EPAM system for declaration by agents in March 2020. The system is developed to increase the speed and efficiency of custom clearance procedures of e-commerce goods. So there are about 38 active express handling unit agents that had been registered at KLIA under EPAM system. So this is a few marketplace that actively used by Malaysian under the e-commerce purchases such as Lazada, Shopee, EasyBuy, MySell, Taobao, WePost, Bulibuy, Yamei, and lots of more platform that Malaysian use. So, pursuant to Article 7.1, like Ms. Asha said before, trade facilitation agreement pre-arrival processing is one of the commitment that must be fulfilled by the World Trade Organization members. In Article 7.1.1 state that each member shall adopt or maintain procedure allowing for the submission of import documentation and other required information, including manifest, in order to begin processing prior to the arrival of goods, with a view to expediting the release of goods upon arrival. And for 7.1.2 stated that each member shall, as appropriate, provide for advanced lodging of documents in electronic format for pre-arrival processing of such documents. So under the implementation of the PAP, importers can send manifest information and customs declarations in advance to be processed by the right customs officers in documentary form before the arrival of the goods in accordance with Section 52, Section 56, and Section 78B of the Malaysian Custom Act 1967. It's been amendment on at 2019. Yes. So after the EHU agent, receive manifest from the marketplace, they must submit the pre-alert manifest to the Malaysian Customs to the system within 48 hours, or at least 2 hours before the arrival of the aircraft. There is exception for countries with a flight duration of less than 2 hours. They are allowed to submit the pre-alert manifest after the aircraft safely landed. So example is flights from Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam. So flight duration from this country are less than 2 hours. So the ESU agents can submit their manifest after the flight has landed. So this is also accordance to our Section 56, Malaysian Custom Act 1967, Amendment on 2019. So currently, there are 3 cargo operation terminal CTO that operates in KLIA, which are Post Aviation, Mass Cargo, and Ground Team Red, GTR. So, and in future, we will add another 2 CTO in KLIA Cargo. So, for custom clearance procedure in EPAM systems, these are the requirements that the consignor or EHU agent must provide and insert inside the systems. So first, it must contain the name of agent or courier service company that do the customs declarations. Second, the aircraft number. The third, the date of the importation. The code of port or airport where the goods are loaded and unloaded, such as W20 for Kuala Lumpur International Airport Cargo, P24 is for Penang Airport, and so on. Number 5, they must enter the master airway bill and house airway bill for declaration in EPAM system. Number 6, the importer's name and address. Number 7, the exporter name and address. The amount of goods per consignment. The goods weight. The goods value, where we include the value of cost, insurance, and freight charge, we call CIF. The goods description, 6-digit tariff code, and lastly, the country of origin. Next slide. So these are the release requirement on trade under the de minimis rule, EPAM, that Malaysia Customs had set. So for the immediate release, only can be granted on goods that meet the following criteria, which are, number 1, if the goods are classified as letters or documents, they can have the immediate release permission. So the value of the goods does not exceed 500 ringgit Malaysia, which includes CIF, cost, insurance, and freight per consignment, except for cigarettes, tobacco, and liquor, where these goods need to declare using normal cargo as per Malaysia Custom Acts and Order. And lastly, the weight of each package does not exceed 30 kg to have this immediate release permission. Else, every cargo, every goods needs to declare using normal cargo. So these are the summary of trade release process through EPAM systems. So first, agents or courier services have to make declaration through the EPAM systems. After that, custom officer will make an assessment on the EPAM declaration. And if the goods have immediate release permission, the goods are processed with the status of IR, immediate release, and the good can proceed to the main custom area for release. The custom officer also can ask the agent to declare any goods using normal custom declaration by change the good status to K1, custom form number 1. After agent had made normal custom declaration for the selected items, custom officer will make an assessment and inspection on the K1 form and goods. K1 form is the custom form for normal declarations. After that, the goods can proceed to the main custom area and proceed with the delivery to the consignee. So next. So for the EPAM system in Malaysia, we have two systems that we use. The agent can choose to use for the declaration of their manifest. One of it is this module, we call module DFTZ, and this is the interface of the systems. So in here, you can see there's a tab in progress EPAM. It's the count of the officer that currently assess the declarations. So there are the process EPAM. It is the count of declared manifest that already settled with assessment by our custom officer. And through this system, if there are an error during agent declaration, the agent also can request for cancellations through the systems, and custom officers need to approve the cancellation first, and they can declare another one, the right one, and the process will go like before. So registered EPAM is the current count of declaration ready to be assessed by customs officers. So in here, we can see we also have the filter search for fast check of the declared goods. We have EPAM status to check if there's still pending declaration that need to be attend to assess. And we can find the flight number by flight number, any declaration that based on flight number or master airway bill for further check. So next. This is also the interface of the system, module DFTZ. So this is the view of declaration list that had been submitted to the system. So as you can see, there is EPAM with status registered on top line. This means there's a waiting for custom officer to do the assessments. So any available custom officer will pick the job and process it by line by line and approve it if there's no problem with this. Okay, so as you can, the status, okay. So this also the slide, you can see there's a list, the detailed list that we required, such as consignor country, consignor address, consignee address, house airway bill, pieces, weight. So from this, we can do the assessment and see if these goods can continue with IR, immediate release, or they have to declare normal cargo. So at the parcel status at the right, you can see DR. DR is for immediate release. And if they need to declare using normal custom cargo, it will change to K1. So that one is assessed by our custom officers. Okay, next. So this is the second system that agent can choose. We call it module E-manifest. So actually the difference is just the layout, but the detail is still the same. They have a search search filter to search, and we have a date range from where to where the declaration has been made, from the house, from the agent. So we can check every line by line, and from what agent that request the manifest. And from here we can see all the details, not all, but what we are required, but that it will show here. And next. So this is for module in manifest, same with the FTZ interface. So here the green is for the DR, and if it's a K1 which need to declare normal custom cargo, it will change to yellow, but it's not shown here. But for the green, it means it can immediately release, and after the custom officer approve it, then they can just go to our main custom area to deliver the parcel. Next. So this is the assessment for EPAM systems. All information is available in the system. So if we need to search by something, we can filter it, and we can find the exact parcel that we need by these systems. So agent do not have to come to customs office for declaration. So this, when the COVID-19 is is around in the world, so this one is very good for us, which is the agent we don't have to skin to skin contact or face the agent for the declarations. So the filter function make it easy to search for keywords. For example, we want to search a certain case for a certain goods, so we can use the filter functions. We can type the goods names, the good types. So control goods, we can also see the importer names and item descriptions. So we can find what we want to see in the list, and we can change it to K1. So after we change the K1, the agent have to come to a custom office and declare using normal cargo. From there, we can do the inspection, we can check the goods, and if it's okay, then we can release it using normal cargo. So this system also simplify the officer task to check agent or company queries. So data can be exported to Excel software for records, for further check, and more efficient, systematic, and organized work. So for next slide. So this is the total clearance of import trade through the EPAM systems. Since we mandatory using the system on 2020, this is the number of trade using the system. So in 2020, the number of trade using the number of goods using the system that we have assessed is 36,761,000. So in 2021, we have 61 millions. In 2022, 46 millions. And until October 2023, we have 29 trades that have been using these systems for EPAM e-commerce goods. So from here, we can see there's a amount of duty that we collect because of the change of K1 and DR. So here the duty that the agent have to pay is around 1,496,000 Malaysian ringgit. So from here we can trace how many we can assessment this EPAM e-commerce goods. So I think that's all for me from now. Thank you. Back to the Miss Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurul, for your very interesting presentation. And let's go to our second speaker, Dr. Zeng. You have 30 minutes. You counted by yourself. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello. Okay, my presentation.
Maybe the slide is not presented yet. So
It's okay.
yeah.
I can go ahead. Okay. And when it's ready, I will tell him to turn to which page. Okay, that'll be great. Okay. Distinguished Director Ontato Wimbovo, and ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning. It's my great honor to be invited to Jakarta, such a wonderful city, to share with you the cross-border e-commerce regulation practice of China Customs. I'm from Shanghai Customs College. First of all, I would like to give a brief introduction to my college, the Shanghai Customs College, or SCC. It has three primary functions. Its first function is a unique college in the customs administration area in China. Each year, about 700 graduates of SCC are employed by the China Customs. Its second function is the official training center of China Customs, just as the RTC in Indonesia. Every year, officers from all parts of China come to the SCC regularly for various training sessions. So the SCC has widely participated in customs research. Thirdly, in cooperation with the WCO, SCC has trained customs professionals for Asia Pacific region. Okay, next slide. The topic I would like to share today is the China Customs experience in cross-border e-commerce supervision. So I would like to briefly share with you the following 4 aspects. First, some basic concept and cross-border e-commerce, or the CBEC. Next slide. Over the past decade, China's CBEC industry has seen rapid development and has largely changed people's lifestyles. This is because compared with traditional forms of trade, CBEC has really obvious advantages. First of all, with CBEC, Chinese consumers can now have more choice than ever before, and they can buy high-quality goods from all over the world. For example, Chinese mothers can buy milk powder from Europe or New Zealand for their children. Chinese young people can buy video games from Japan, and Chinese elderly people can buy vitamin health products from the US. Second, this kind of purchasing behavior is more convenient than ever before. For example, before the emergency of CBEC, if a mother wanted to buy milk powder from New Zealand, she may need help from professional traders or friends who were traveling to New Zealand. But now, she only needs to move her fingers on the mobile phone, and the milk powder from New Zealand can be delivered to her door in a few days, maybe next day. The price will be much cheaper, and there will be no currency exchange problems. For China's exporters, CBEC also provides them with huge trade convenience. With the CBEC platform provided by Alibaba, Amazon, and other international companies, Chinese enterprises do not need professional trade knowledge or even do not need to speak foreign languages. They can directly do business with people all over the world, and the foreign customers can also enjoy inexpensive Chinese goods. In the development of China's CBEC industry, China Customs has been playing an active role as a regulator. Next slide, please. When we talk about the CBEC, there are mainly 2 definitions. One is the broad definition, which mostly refers to those cross-border business activities that sell goods and provide services through information networks. However, this definition is too broad and too ambiguous because today almost all the trade activities are supported by the internet. So this broad definition of CBEC is not our topic today. What I would like to share with you is the definition below, the regulatory definition of CBC defined by China Customs. It refers to cross-border trade business activities in which transaction entities from different countries reach transactions through cross-border e-commerce platforms and complete transactions through cross-border logistic delivery of goods. China Customs divides CBEC into three types: B2B, a business to business, and B2C, business to customers, and C2C, which refers to the transactions between individuals. Next slide. In order to better understand the regulatory definition of CBEC, this slide lists 4 points that must be included in the definition. The first point is to complete online ordering, sales, communication, and payment through CBEC platforms, rather than by traditional phone calls or emails. The second point is that there must be cross-border transactions and transportation. That is, the parties to the transaction must come from 2 different countries, and the goods must also cross the border. The third point is that the goods are ultimately delivered to the consumers or buyer, no matter he is an individual customer or an institutional customer. The last point is that the goods must be tangible, and we will not focus on the service trade facilitated by the platform, because these service trades are usually intangible. Next slide. Now we come to the second part, the development of cross-border e-commerce in China. Next slide. According to the China Customs statistics, in 2022, China's cross-border e-commerce import and export scale is 2.1 trillion yuan, an increase of 7% over 2021, accounting for 5% of the total value of China's trade in goods. It mainly presents the following 3 characteristics. First, the scale of import and export has reached a new high. In 2022, the import and export scale of China's CBEC exceeded 2 trillion yuan for the first time. Among them, the export of 1.5 trillion yuan, an increase of 10%, accounting for 6% of the total export value of China. Imports were 528 billion yuan, accounting for 3% of the total value of China's import. Next. From the perspective of export destinations, the US market accounted for more than 1/3. The UK accounted for 7%, and Germany for 5%, Malaysia for 4%, and Russia for 3%. And Singapore, Japan, Canada, France, as well as Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines, and other emerging market countries are also important destinations. From the perspective of import sources, Japan accounted for more than 1/5 of China's total CBEC imports. The United States accounted for 18%, Australia for 11%, and France for 8%. Next. Next, please. Third, the proportion of consumer goods has further increased. Among exports, consumer goods accounted for 93%. Among them, clothing, shoes, and bags accounted for 1/3. Mobile phones and other electronic products accounted for 17%, and home textile for 8%. If you want to buy an iPhone, please go to China. That will be maybe half the price as in Jakarta. In terms of imports, consumer goods also accounted for 98% for the total imports. Among them, cosmetics accounted for 28%, fresh food accounted for 15%, and so on. More and more consumers around the world are enjoying more choice and convenience brought by CBEC. Next. Now we come to the third part, the regulation and taxation policy of CBEC. Next, please. In 2016, the Ministry of Finance, the General Administration of Customs, and the State Administration of Taxation jointly issued a notice on the CBEC retail import tax policy, which has laid the main tone for China's CBEC supervision and also has a very far-reaching impact on the industry. This policy is also called the April the 8th new policy. Now let's take a look at the specific content of this policy. Next. At the very beginning, the items of CBEC were treated as personal belongings, and a reasonable amount of CBEC retail imported goods for personal use were taxed as postal items. The postal tax is aimed at non-trade import goods, and it has three major tax rate levels: 15%, 30%, and 60%. Generally speaking, the tax rate of postal tax is not very low. However, in some situations, it is not necessary to pay the tax, which is the tax payable is lower than 50 yuan, or the value of the imported personal belongings is lower than 5,000 yuan. As a matter of fact, the large proportion of the CBC goods are low below this threshold. So the overall tax burden is lower than the goods from traditional trade mode. This is unfair. Thus, April the 8th new policy was aimed at changing this unfair situation, and the items people buy from the CBC platform are officially defined as goods, and they should pay the tax, no longer personal belongings. The new policy temporarily gives some concession in the setting of tax rates. The tax rate is temporarily set, the tariff is 0, and the import VAT and the consumption tax have a 30% discount. And the comprehensive tax rate of the commodities is 11.9%, which is lower than the latest postal tax rate, and also lower than goods imported in ordinary channel. In addition, the new policy can help e-commerce enterprises to reduce logistic costs and shorten custom clearance time. Next. Besides the shift from personal belongings to goods, here are some additional key points of the April the 8th new policy. First, instead of postal tax, consumers now should pay tariffs, import VAT, and consumer tax. Secondly, the purchaser is a taxpayer rather than the platform or seller. Thirdly, the dutiable value is the transaction price, just as the CIF. The next point, to simplify the taxation, the purchaser pays all the money directly to the platforms or logistic companies. The last point, only goods in the positive list with the complete information can be considered CBEC goods. Complete information means information of order bills, payment bills, and way bills to ensure the authenticity of the transaction. Next one. As mentioned in the previous slide, because the Chinese government provides a tax concession to CBC, so there is also a personal annual purchase limit and a limit for single transaction. The new policy issued in 2016 set an annual limit of 20,000 yuan, or about $3,000. For a single transaction, the limit was 2,000 yuan, or about $3. That is not enough. Later, as the CBC retail imports became more and more popular in China, in order to better meet the needs of consumers, in 2018, China's Ministry of Finance, General Administration of Customs, and the State Administration of Taxation jointly issued a supplementary policy, which raised the previous annual transaction limit of 20,000 yuan to 26,000 yuan. And for the limit of a single transaction raised from 2,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan. For goods worth more than 5,000 yuan but less than 26,000, they are also allowed to be imported through the CBC channel, but they should pay the tax normally. Next one. Now, next come to the fourth part, custom regulations and the facilitation measures, to introduce you how China Customs regulate the CBEC industry. Next one. Okay, hold on. Previous one. In short, China Customs supervision system for CBC can be summarized as one concept, 4 trade forms, and 5 core measures. China customs regulation concept about the CBEC are inclusiveness, prudence, innovation, and synergy. These concepts are the guideline for China customs to supervise the CBEC industry and has achieved excellent results. Next. Here are 4 CBEC trade forms defined by China customs. The first is general export, and the second is export through special control areas. The third is bonded import for online sales, and the fourth is B2C import. The above 2 forms of trade are exports. The 2 forms below are imports. The 2 forms of trade on the left are conventional imports and exports, and the 2 on the right need to use special custom control areas to complete the trade. Next. For the left trade form, exports are cleared by China customs as they arrived based on a list of required information, and everything is conventional. For the right side, exports are declared into special control zones with tax refunds claimed by e-commerce companies. After an online order is placed, products will then be cleared by customs based on a list of required information. Formal declaration forms are made later by batch, with which exchange settlements procedures can be completed. Next. For this trade form, the left one, e-commerce companies put large shipments of products into the e-commerce zone in the special area and lodge declarations. Products are then listed in an account book. This is not a real book, a list. When an order from domestic customers is placed, e-commerce companies submit a list of the required information to the customers, and the information from different sources will be checked by customs. The tags are collected and the products are released. The products are then written off in account books. Okay, next. Here are the 5 core measures of China Customs on CBEC supervision. The first is positive list management. That is, only the goods that are included in the positive list are applicable to the CBEC retail import policy. And the goods in this list are all the goods very popular in China, and this is in the process of dynamic adjustment. The second is firmly implement of the country's CBEC preferential policies. The third is list declaration. This means that low value and high frequency CBEC transactions can be handled in a more efficient way, which greatly reduces implementation cost of numerous cross-border e-commerce transactions and promotes the development of the industry. The fourth, optimize the returns management. In CBEC retail import mode, China Customs allowed domestic agencies of CBEC enterprises to apply for a refund. The fifth is carry out the information comparison from different sources, including the 3 bills I mentioned. Okay, next one. Okay, besides the previous content, here are some latest trends of China Customs regarding to the CBEC industry. First, to make the clearance faster and faster, China Customs tailor-made a paperless process for CBEC, including but not limited in enterprise filing, declaration, taxation, inspection, release, and other procedures. And the clearance procedures can be pushed forward and backward. The push forward refers to e-commerce enterprises registering in advance, handling tax guarantee procedures, and sending the information to the customs before the clearance of commodities, so the customs can do his job in advance. The move backward refers to tax collection and the data analysis after the custom clearance. Custom taxation implements tax guarantee, collective taxation, withholding, and remitting tax. In the B2C trade form and online bonding import mode trade form, customs collect tax from e-commerce enterprises monthly, based on the deposit or bank guarantee. In addition, China Customs uses specific and technology means to improve the efficiency of supervision. For example, the X-ray machine is highly integrated. It can scan the goods and make a decision of pass or not pass in a few seconds. We also use cloud computing and other technologies to improve custom data analysis. Next one. Second, risk prevention and control of CBC. The fragmentation and the small shipments of CBC commodities are challenging for customs supervision. In faced with a huge volume of packages, China Customs adhere to the principle of facilitation and the low abiding parties. Okay. The third, in order to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of customs supervision, China Customs initiated the construction of a smart customs to achieve a faster, accurate, and stable customs supervision. The CBC supervision site is equipped with a new type of intelligent CT machine, which has a 360-degree, three-dimension view. This non-invasive inspection not only ensures the efficiency of the customs supervision through scientific and technology means, but also avoid damage to consumers' packages. What's more, from the packages, it can automatically identify and position several types of forbidden items, such as drugs, guns, knives, and so on. It's quite intelligent. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zeng and Ms. Nurul. So for the first term Q&A, I'll open for 3 questions. First from Mr. Yopi, and second from the front row, and the third from the middle. Okay, Mr. Yopi.
Thank you, Ms. Indri, for the opportunity. I have a question for both Ms. Nurul and Mr. Peng Fei. For Ms. Nurul, are there any changes in consumer behavior when shifting from sea cargo to air cargo for importing goods, considering the de minimis value rule in Malaysia? I believe currently the de minimis value is 500 Malaysian ringgit. Because the government concern is related to tax revenue and fairness, means creating the same level playing field for all economic actors, both in traditional commerce and e-commerce. And then for Mr. Peng Fei, I have 3 questions. The first is, could you please provide more information about the positive list? Is it based on the type of good allowed on the e-commerce platform, a value limit or threshold, or any other criteria? The second, is there any distinction between individual and companies when it comes to restricted imported goods for CBEC? And then the last, how does the regulation of annual transaction limit works in addressing the issue of identity verification and anonymous account on e-commerce platform? Thank you very much.
Okay, and second one.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for the opportunity to ask questions. Actually, I am Sanusi Taswisola, Chief Superintendent of Customs from Nigeria Customs Service.
Could you please state your name again, slowly, please?
I am Sanusi Taswisola, Chief Superintendent from Nigeria Customs Service. I would like to, first of all, appreciate the presenters. Both of them have done a very wonderful job. So I have questions each for them. The first question to Nurul from Royal Malaysian Customs. I have seen the processes and procedures they are adopting at the airports in terms of imports. So I want to ask, at what point, what are the mechanisms in place they use to detect infractions such as under-invoicing, and especially at the point of maybe a kind of interval between immediate release and conventional customs cargo declaration. I believe that element is very important because the basic for customs anywhere in the world is enforcement of relevant laws and ensure compliance. So how do they detect infraction? Perhaps maybe something like under invoicing. And to Dr. Zeng, I quite appreciate the technology in place. The China Customs are deploying in terms of ensure the integrity of the importation and both exportation. It's quite amazing, and I believe other custom authorities need to adopt such. So, but the question is, how do customs authority in China manage or kind of sort themselves out in terms of various legislations? You know, there are some imports, you know, different countries have their own various legislations. So how do we reconcile such in terms of import and exports? Thank you very much.
Sorry, could you please restate your second question to Mr. Zeng? Barrier about regulation?
Yeah, what I mean here is, you know, each country has their various legislations as regards to import and export. In respect to that, how do you reconcile that going by this e-commerce? How do we, you know, take into cognizance the relevant laws that affects import and exports of the trading countries? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the third question from the middle row. Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sandro from Tangerang Customs. My question for Mr. Peng Fei. Thank you for stunning presentation, Mr. Peng Fei. My question is, can you explain further? Can you explain more about your smart inspection, both export and import? As we know, China goods is dominant around the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sandro. So for the first question to Ms. Nurul, could you please respond? Thank you.
Okay, for the first question, the the difference between A mode and C mode. So we have the standard procedure that in Malaysian Act to the difference between the for A we have the Malaysian Act for A mode only to have the de minimis rule. For the C mode, we didn't put the de minimis rule. So for the C mode, they only use the normal cargo procedure. So for the A mode, we have two, which is for normal cargo and for the de minimis rule. So the de minimis rule in Malaysia is for A mode only. So for the second question, the mechanism for difference between IR and DR, usually we train our custom officer and they will decide which one is DR and K1. So if the items is quite suspicious, then our custom officer will change it to K1 and ask the agent to bring the goods to them to evaluate and see the goods first. And then they will make the decisions if that one is the K1 or DR. From the system, we can change for K1 to DR. So if the goods is below the 500 and then the kilo is 30 kilo below, then it will automatically go to DR, immediate release.
Okay, and there's
I
still.
think is that the
Yes.
am I answer the question?
Just some more, I just added to one point regarding once de minimis, any one shipment to declare to under de minimis system. So if we concern the subject to any permit, is must be to forward to
Normal cargo.
a normal cargo.
Procedure.
That means procedure. That means they must provide to custom form. Prescribed from the import form. Not based on the 500 below. Yeah, also the ones the subject to any permit must also to back to the normal.
Okay, if there's any suspicion, then you can switch it to the normal cargo based on
Right,
risk
right,
management. Okay, and I believe there's still two more questions from the first participant about differentiation between the individual and companies restricted goods, and also the annual limit. Could you please respond to those questions? Regarding the
Can I answer that after the
Okay.
Chinese customs?
Okay, we'll switch to the Dr. Zhang first. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for your questions. I have recorded 4 questions. I will answer one by one. Okay, the first question is about the food import is possible. In fact, for the CBC trade, we have 4 trade forms, but whose domains is imported by the special custom control zone, which is a large amount of goods will enter the zone first. They will be stored in the zone, and customs will give the enterprises account book. If somebody from domestic ordered, pay, and the goods will pay the tax one by one. So who is suitable for this trade form is who can be stored for a long time. So I think food, maybe the food in good package, they can store in normal temperature, can use this trade form. This is the first question. Second, what's the difference between the individual and the individual customers? I think there's no difference. No difference. You pay the tax. I don't care where the money comes from. This is for the second question. And for the third question about the transaction limit, it works for now. The limit for the single transaction is 5,000, and for the annual is 26,000. I think it can satisfy 90% of the domestic consumers. In fact, for the rich people, this is far from enough. So they choose to fly to Hong Kong, fly to Singapore to do some shoppings. So this CBEC trade form is to satisfy the majority of the consumer domestic. And for the fourth question about the legislation, in fact, in 2019, China has enforced an e-commerce law of the People's Republic of China. And this law has the significance of 4 aspects. First, the positive attitude of encouraging CBEC development has been clarified by the government. The second, the basis, it provides a basis for the law enforcement and the supervision. The third, it has clarified the responsibility of and obligations for all the parties. For the customs, it has the liability to construct a platform and to improve the platform. And for the CBC platforms, they has a liability to send the data to China Customs and to check the authenticity of the informations. And for the consumers, they have liability to pay the tax. And for the last question about the smart customs, right? In fact, the China custom now is doing is to use the AI, artificial intelligence, and the method is to compare the information from different sources. For example, if somebody, they come from the same village, they buy the same goods from a same source, maybe they are smuggling. In fact, it's true, because we have a limit for annual limit. So somebody want to do the smugglings. He brought the ID card from his villagers, his neighbors, and to order the same goods from Japan or Malaysia or Indonesia. So this is some kind of smuggling. If the AI identifies this phenomenon, they will remind us to check if this is legal or illegal. So this is something we are now doing in the smart customs. Thank you.
I believe there's one question about the positive list. What kind of positive list? You have positive list, right?
Positive list.
Yeah. What kind of product that can be in the positive list? And you said it's like a flexible, dynamic, depend on the which product is becoming more demand in China. Could you please explain?
Yes, for the positive list, if I remember correctly, now has about 2,000 kinds of goods. Only the goods very popular in China, they can enter the list. For example, the powdered milk and the food, the vitamin from United States, and the video game from Japan, and the cosmetic from Southeast Asian countries, very popular in China. So after the survey, we can add some items to the list. That is the mechanism to adjust the positive list. But for those goods are not in the positive list, they cannot be imported, and the system will automatically reject your order. It's quite efficient.
So the consumer in China is being urged to spend more through the CBEC
Yes.
when
Yes,
the goods are
exactly.
included in the positive list.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So for Mr. Sanusi from Nigeria, is your questions already being answered? Okay, thank you. And for Mr. Jopi, are your question to Ms. Nurul already being answered yet? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Indri. My question for my question is that air cargo are normally small in size or light in terms of weight and carry time-sensitive goods. However, business entities and individuals are utilizing air cargo more often to import goods nowadays, because we see in the Malaysia data statistic that the clearance using the EPAM is increasing in number. Even it reached 60 more millions in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any changes in behavior from the consumer point of view? Let's say I normally import goods using sea cargo, but when I see that the de minimis value 500 Malaysian ringgit is quite high, so I shift to this air cargo. But the main concern for the government is the tax revenue, because there are potential loss in revenue. And then for the traditional commerce actor, they kind of can create an issues about the fairness, because those who use the normal or traditional importation, they have to pay the tax in the normal way, but those who utilize the e-commerce, they have a threshold 500 for exemption from the duties. Is there any shift in the behavior of the people? Let's say the number of document and EPAM is increasing, but the normal importation document is decreasing.
Okay, thank you.
That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Ms. Nurul, could you please add more response to the question? The switching behavior, did you detect it in your risk management as like under switching behavior just to get tax levied or something using the air mode thing?
So actually, that's not very different because the C mode usually the big company importation using the C mode because it involve very large goods. So for the A mode is for more to e-marketplace, which is one person buy a few small items. So that's why we use the de minimis rule on A mode. Then for the revenue, after we use the de minimis rule, so the Malaysia usually use the more shopping, online shopping, e-commerce for buying a few things that they can get more pricey.
Cheaper.
Advantage. It's more the cost is quite low from the if they can see in Malaysia. So
The same with in
actually
Indonesia.
the revenue is almost the same. It's not very different because when we start the de minimis rule, more online shopping is increasing. So the big company using C mode for importation of their goods, so it's still the same, but the online transaction is also increasing using the de minimis rule at A mode. So technically, the revenue is almost the same, even we have the de minimis rule.
Okay, thank you so much for your additional answer. I believe we still have time for maybe 2 more questions. So anyone in this room would to raise question? Yes, in the Zoom, is there anyone raising their hand? Let's see. Okay, so there's one question. Sorry, I missed the one. There are actually 2 questions. Ismet from PT Swadaya. To Mr. Zheng, what is the cost of determination of reciprocal import duty? I see means it is not in accordance with the agreement agreed in Form A. Is there any reciprocal import duty? And also another question for you, could you please share China experience when you set up the custom system and how much you spend for the whole system, including the price of inspection machine?
Okay, please let me see the first question on the screen.
Could please help with the chat in the Zoom to be displayed?
What do you mean by Form E?
ACFTA?
FTA?
Asian China FTA, Form E? Asian China.
Okay. The FTA. So I will explain clearly about the tax that goods from CBEC channel, what kind of tax we will pay. Normally, it will pay 3 kinds of tax. The first is custom duty. Now it's temporarily duty-free. So
zero,
the FTA is zero. The FTA is zero, but you cannot do smuggling from this channel because you have a limit of each year no more than 26,000 yuan. So the is zero, even lower than the FTA agreement. It's zero.
Okay, maybe for Mr. Ridwan, we are talking, our scope is about the CBEC, cross-border e-commerce So in CBEC, the tariff currently is 0%. So maybe what you ask about the reciprocal import duty is maybe out of the scope of today. Sorry, maybe later on the team from the training center could explain more in the chat. And the second question, how much is the price?
How much is the price of what?
Inspection machine. Thai custom would
it's
like
quite
to.
expensive. It's quite expensive. In fact, in the future, maybe it can replace a lot of the staff. Yeah, we will lose our jobs.
It's like 100 X-ray, 100 and 3D, 360 something to container X-ray machine, right?
Oh yes, it's highly integrated. If you produce in large scale, the cost will be lower. But for now, it's just in the experiment. So it's very expensive. Okay.
So maybe you cannot mention the price, the exact price yet. Maybe is there any special brand? No, we cannot promote.
Now we have some prototype. Not yet pushed to the market. The machine.
So it's made in China.
Made in China, of course.
Okay. Because we ever invite the customs attaché from Belgium, Mr. Eddie Cooper. Do you know him? No.
I heard of him.
You heard of them, and he's also mentioned that in Belgium they now is going to practice that they will invest largely in the X-ray machine for the container, and they will integrated it with the machine learning, and so become AI, and so they can detect. And all of the image will be stored up, so the next machine learning can detect it for the next importation or something. So it's this more or less the same what China is going to do.
Yes.
Okay, maybe Indonesia will be next practicing that too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think our times is up, and also no more question from the floor. I'd like to say thank you very much for our very distinguished speaker for this sharing session, Dr. Zheng Pengfei from Shanghai Customs College, and Ms. Nurul Aini from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department. Thank you so much, and very warm regard from Indonesia Customs and Excise Training Center. Let's give a big applause to both of our speakers.
Thank you.
And I'll end our session here. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Ibu Indri and also our speakers for this sharing session. And we would like once again to ask Bapak Untarta Wibowo to come to the stage to give token of appreciation for our speaker and also our moderator for this sharing session. And would like to invite Ibu Indri to come to the stage to receive token of appreciation from Bapak Untarta Wibowo as the Director of Customs and Excise Training Center. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cheng Pengfei, for being a speaker for this session. And would like to invite, once again, Ibu Indri, please come forward to receive a token of appreciation for being a moderator for the plenary and also the sharing session this afternoon. Thank you. You may now be seated again. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have an hour break before we proceed to our next agenda. But before that, we will have you to fancy another Indonesian culture. The one we're going to present right now is one of the intangible cultural heritage designated in 2011, depicting the expression of the people of Kulon Progo, Yogyakarta, who make a living as farmers. The dance symbolizes an expression of gratitude to God Almighty for the abundance of harvest obtained. The young people had fun singing and dancing while nodding their heads, or in Indonesia we call it angguk. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mof dancers with Angguk Manis Dance.
dancers. What a beautiful performance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, after the break, there will be a paper presentation session that will be split into 2 rooms. Both rooms will present the same themes, which is the digital economy issue. And participants are welcome to choose the room that you are interested in. The first room is located in the main hall, and the second room is located at Mezzanine 2 Hall. Meanwhile, for the participants who join via Zoom meeting, please join through the link sent by the email. But for now, we invite you to have a break and please enjoy the meal. Thank you.
I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to save me. This all or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your sound till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Heart beats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? But watching you stand alone, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Time stands still, beauty in all she is. I will be brave, I will not let anything take away what's standing in for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 one step closer. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000
I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet, sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. So if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go? So why don't we go? Somewhere only we know. Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love, oh don't pretend. Stay by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. Ooh, ooh. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, oh don't pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know I'll sink or swim. Oh don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. Walking down 29th and Park, I saw you in another's arms. Only a month we've been apart. You look happier. Saw you walk inside a bar. He said something to make you laugh. I saw that both your smiles were twice as wide as ours. Yeah, you look happier, you do. Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you, but ain't nobody love you like I do. Promise that I will not take it personal, baby, if you're moving on with someone new. 'Cause baby, you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day, I feel it too. And until then I smile to hide the truth. But I know I was happier with you. Sat in the corner of the room, everything's reminding me of you. Nursing an empty bottle and telling myself you're happier, aren't you? Oh, ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you, but ain't nobody need you like I do. I know that there's others that deserve you, but my darling, I am still in love with you. But I guess you look happier, you do. My friends one day, I feel it too. I could try to smile to hide the truth, but I know I was happier with you. Hey, hey, but if he breaks your heart like lovers do, just know that I'll be waiting here for you.
If all the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Can't live without me, you wanna, but you can't. No, no, no. Think it's funny, but honey, can't run the show on your own. I can feel my body shake, there's only so much I can take. I'll show you how a real queen behaves. No damsel in distress, don't need to save me. Once I stop breathing fire, you can't tame me. And you might think I'm weak without a sword, but if I had one, it'd be bigger than yours. If all of the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. If all of the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. If all of the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Disobey me, then baby, it's off with your head. Gonna change it and make it a world you won't forget. I can feel my body shake, there's only so much I can take. I'll show you how a real queen behaves. No damsel in distress, don't need to save me. Once I stop breathing fire, you can't tame me. And you might think I'm weak without a sword, but if I had one, it'd be bigger than yours. If all of the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. If all of the kings have their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. I see you standing there in your Hulk outerwear, and all I can think is where is the ring? 'Cause I know you wanna ask, scared the moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes, just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee, but I want it to be out of the blue, so make sure I have no clue when you ask. Baby, take my I see the way you smile. You think about the hour. You reach in your pocket. Emotions unlocking. And before you could ask, I answer too fast. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figured out all the clues. So now I ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. But I'm done. No spoilers, please. But I'm done. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie, baby. No spoilers, please. But I'm done. No spoilers, please. Oh, oh, oh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, no, 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 no.
Hello, good afternoon. It's good to see you again. How was the meal? Did you enjoy it? Welcome back to the second day of the third WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Customs Role on Sustainability and Digital Economy. And now that we have our break, we would like to continue our next agenda. At this international conference, RTC Indonesia has also organized a call for paper event since August 2023 to gather new ideas and insight about custom role on sustainability and also digital economy. The committees accepted more than 30 interesting papers on that topic, and we would like to convey our appreciation for your contribution to the papers submitted to presentation. And right now, we are going to have the presentation of selected submitted papers, and this presentation will be led by a moderator, Ibu Wisnu Nugrahini. But before that, I would like to read some of her resume. Ibu Wisnu completed her master's degree of tax administration in University of Indonesia, and currently she is working as a trainer at the Indonesian Custom and Excise Education and Training Center or RTC Indonesia. So please welcome Ibu Wisnu Nugrahini. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us express our deep gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, Almighty God, because His blessing now we can meet here. I hope you are in happiness, yeah. Okay, may I introduce myself? My name is Wisnu Nugrahini. I'm a trainer and educator in Custom and Excise Education Training Center. It's my pleasure to be here as a moderator for the exciting authors. Yeah, there are 4 authors here will present their papers. 2 authors from Russia, and 2 authors from Indonesia. Thank you very much for your attending here. I appreciate that you provide your time, your energy. Yeah. This conference serve to us to come here together, sharing knowledge and wish to inspire all of us. Wish you can get the good solution and maybe network, yeah, and next collaboration. Okay, I want to call to the first author from Indonesia. You can accompany me, Miss Kita. Miss Kita, please come here. And Miss Indah. Please. Oh, Miss Indah joined this conference with her baby. Hope is a girl or boy? A girl. Oh, hope she will be smart and clever like her mother. Okay. Okay. No further ado. We will start this discussion. This is the third WCO RTC Indonesia, yeah, international conference with the topic custom role in sustainability and digital economy. And subtopic in this discussion today in this session about digital economy. Okay. Before I start the discussion, I want to give you pantun. I want to introduce pantun to the participants, all participants who are not from Indonesia. Pantun is poetry, especially from Indonesia. Yeah. And the characteristic of this pantun, first line and third line, the last word sound similar. Yeah. Okay, this is the pantun. I watched Putri Aryani participant performance for singing. The title of her song is Loneliness. To all of you, I want to say good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. It's afternoon. Okay. This is pantun. I wish you all always be in happiness. Okay, give applause. Okay, how are you, Miss Kita and Miss Indah? Okay, are you ready to present your paper? Okay, I will introduce you to all participants. This is the team, I think. Team five researchers.
Comprising of 5 authors.
Okay, but I will introduce for 2 presenters, yeah. This is Miss Indah, yeah, and Miss Kita. They both from Directorate General of Taxes, yeah, from the headquarters. Okay, no further ado, please, time is yours. And give applause again to the presenter.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished authors, our moderator, Ibu Wisnu, and all participants across the globe who are joining online or in person here. First, I would like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, especially to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, as the RCT Asia Pacific for organizing this event. And thank you very much for having us today. It's actually an honor to have our paper selected as one of the winner and to be given us this opportunity to present at this very conference. So yeah, I'm Gita Rani Prasuti, and you can call me Gita, as in guitar, but without R. And I'm here today with my dearest colleague, Indah Permatasari. So we'll be presenting our research today. And the other authors, Pak Lasmin, Pak Arman, and Pak Sigit are joining virtually. So today, actually, we're going to present our findings from our exploration on intercompany cross-border trade patterns. So in this research, we try to provide insights that might be useful to enhance the existing risk management for cross-border trade conducted by custom authorities. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is basically what we are going to discuss today. So there are like 8 items that we are going to discuss in the next 20 minutes. So let's move to the first discussion, which is the background. Next slide, please. So yeah, from our very first discussion, before we delve deeper into the analysis, we would like to show what's happening between the merchandise trade nowadays. So basically, from the publication of World Bank, WTO, and empirical finding from Squirrel, we can find like several interesting findings. So the first thing is that the total merchandise trade in goods actually experienced a significant growth in the last 5 years. So as you can see in 2018, the total merchandise trade in 2018 accounting for 19 trillion US dollars. And it experienced like a massive growth in 2022, into 24.2 trillion. And the next findings is that, the next facts is that based on the World Bank calculation, so over than half, the total of merchandise trade in 2022, it equals to over than half of the world's GDP, which is massive. And the next, if we see the proportion of the intercompany trade, so empirical findings provided by Squirrel in 2020 found out that like almost 1/3 of the cross-border trade are conducted by the intercompany transactions. And moving to Indonesia itself, so based on the WTO, so Indonesia ranked 27th as the biggest exporters and 25th as the biggest importers. So such facts actually highlight the importance on custom administration in enhancing its cross-border management, especially in Indonesia. So next slide, please. So in the previous slide, we are talking about how the trade nowadays, especially in merchandise trade, and now the second discussion is about the utilizations of technology or big data analytics in the custom administration itself. So actually, there are a lot of custom authorities who are utilizing big data analytics. So here we provide like a survey conducted by WCO and WTO in 2021. So as we can see that almost half of the custom authorities worldwide are utilizing like technology-driven analytics, saying like AI, machine learning, and data analytics. So actually, This suggests like there's like growing recognitions among custom officials in utilizing the potential of big data analytics to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency for the cross-border trade management. And based on the survey also, it reveals that there are a lot of benefits in utilizing big data analytics for custom authorities, like for example, improved risk management, better profiling, and to detect fraud. Next slide, please. So we are moving to our hypothesis and our research novelty. Next slide, please. So basically, our hypothesis is that the cross-border intercompany trade is actually associated with increased risks of undervaluing or underreporting transactions, which potentially could reduce the revenue collected by the custom authorities. This is not only the case of the custom authorities, but also the issue of the tax authorities. Why is that the case? We will like delve deeper in the next discussions. So how actually custom authorities could mitigate that kind of risk. The first thing is the custom authorities could identify what is actually the common pattern happen among the intercompany trade of the affiliated entities. And after we detect the patterns, we can identify the risks associated with the cross-border authorities, which could become like a useful risk indicators for cross-border, for custom authorities, so that kind of findings could enhance its current risk management strategy. So next slide, please. So on this slide, basically, we want to summarize actually what is offered by our research. So to the best of our knowledge, actually, we have searched the research related to the utilizations of data analytics in international trade and the intercompany trade. So basically, based on to the best of our knowledge, the utilization of data analytics in international trade, the majority of research are conducting predictive analytics, for example, to predict certain particular commodities or predict the trade volume, and even it's utilized in e-commerce and from the lens of intercompany trade. And most of the research, the majority are utilizing lens from taxations and how to figure out the efficient behavior for cross-border trades, for example, or to figure out the potential fraud conducted by the affiliated party transactions. Here we find a gap. Here we find a research gap. This is because so far we have tried to see from the past research there were no utilization of data analytics in the sense is machine learning utilizations in the intercompany trade, and there were no utilization of data analytics in international trade, particularly to detect the risks of the affiliated transaction. So yeah, our research deliver like a novelty in this sense. Next slide, please. So yeah, we are moving to the theoretical framework that we use in this research. So basically, we utilize like two big theorems. The first is the international trade theorem, and the second one is the machine learning theorem, because we are utilizing machine learning to identify the risks. So actually, for the international trade theorem, we utilize the extended gravity model. Why is that the case? Because actually, the gravity model basically an economic model that estimates the volume of trade between countries, but the difference is that the conventional one only considers two main attributes, which is the geographical distance between countries, and the second one is actually the country size, which is usually presented by GDP. But as we can see in the international trade nowadays, the conventional gravity model cannot fully picture the whole international trade, because like multinational enterprises are everywhere in every countries. So we try to utilize the extended gravity models because it incorporate a wider range of macroeconomics indicator. For example, like aside GDP, they utilize like the trade tariff, tax rate, and for example, like language similarity and so on. And next slide, please. So moving to the machine learning theorem, we use the like four types of machine learning theorem. The first is clustering, the second one is anomaly detections, the next one is association rule learning, and the last is decision tree. Because these four machine learning algorithms, we use all of them in detecting the patterns and digging the insight from the findings. So the first is clustering. So we use unsupervised learning for our machine learning algorithm, and one of them is clustering. So we utilize K-means clustering in this sense to cluster a group of entities based on their common characteristics. And the next slide, please. So the second one, we utilize anomaly detections algorithm. So we utilize isolation forest in this sense. So to identify, to detect whether is there any unusual patterns of the cross-border transaction conducted by affiliate entities. And this is very useful for authorities to provide like a different treatment from the rest. And the next one, we utilize association rule learning. We utilize a priori instead of a clad in this sense. So this kind of algorithm is we use to determine the relationship of affiliated entities' existence amongst countries. So this kind of analytics is vital to identify in which country the affiliated entities resides.
Sorry, your time 10 minutes again.
Oh yeah, okay. So the last one, decision tree. Actually, this is one of the most popular classification algorithm, but in this research, we utilize to find the feature importance. And next slide, please, for the methodology. This is quite similar from the hypothesis. So our methodology is utilizing machine learning to detect patterns of cross-border trade, and then we can find insight from them. And after we find insight, we can like generate, oh, this insight is actually essential as one of the risk indicator that could enhance the current risk management. And next slide, please. This is actually the potential risk posed by the intercompany transactions. Why is that the case? Because this trade is actually conducted by affiliated entities. Affiliated entities are results like within one big group entity, so they are connected. So they have like intention like to reduce the, how do you call it, to reduce the cost that they should bear, whether it's export or import. For in Indonesia perspective, we know that like there are no export duties for the majority of goods, but there are like some export duties that are imposed for several commodities, like CPO and its derivatives, and like cocoa seeds. And the data source, we mix our analysis mix between the macroeconomics data and our micro level data, which is derived from the tax authority. So okay, section 5 onwards actually will be presented by my colleagues. So over to you, Indah.
So thank you, Gita. So I will just jump into the section 5, the analysis and findings. And here we are come to the first thing we have in our findings, which is the data distributions. So as Gita mentioned, we are using the taxation data. And this taxation data mainly is about the affiliation transactions. And we are using 5 consecutive years data from 2018 to 2022. And as you can see here, based on the transaction records and the entities number, they are consistent over the years. The only thing that is increasing is the value of the transaction. And here, if we do the proportion based on countries, so affiliation, the taxpayer report whether they have affiliation with other entities in other countries. So in our research, we are mainly focusing in finding patterns between countries. And here is the first one. We found that more than 50% of the transactions are going to these 5 countries: Singapore, Japan, China, Malaysia, and Thailand. And next slide, please. So in the next slide, we will have our patterns. So here we are showing you patterns based on, the first one is based on the entity status. We are trying to do profiling on the entities, whether they are foreign investor, whether they are exporters, whether they are importers, whether they are having overseas trade transactions, and whether the countries they have transactions is in low tax jurisdictions. And we found a pattern that is considered risky because there are transactions to overseas, but they are not conducted by entities that is registered as exporters or nor importers. And mainly these transactions goes to Singapore and Japan. Next slide, please. So here we conduct another patterns mining here using the transaction records. Here the records are from 5 consecutive years and they are massive. And each entities have their own unique report. But here, when we do correlation on these transaction records, we can find some linearities between countries. So there are indeed patterns between countries, as we can see from this correlation. And here we can see that mainly these countries are not only closely related, but some of them showing that they are in low tax jurisdiction, which is in tax perspective, they have risk of transfer pricing. And in customs perspective, they might have risk of underreporting. Next slide, please. So here is our results when we try to prove about the extended gravity model. We are trying to combine the macroeconomics indicators and the taxation indicators through the affiliation. And we found that this affiliation is indeed related, highly related to the other macroeconomics indicators. And also it is true, as Gita said before, distance is less likely contribute more to this gravity model. And then we are assumed by having this that the extended gravity model should have these affiliations as the indicators. Next slide, please. Here we're trying to find the marginal effect of this affiliation compared to the macroeconomics. So there are countries that is found not correlated using only the macroeconomics indicators, but they are related when we are using the aggregated affiliation transactions. And these countries are Netherlands, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Vietnam. So here we know that this affiliation can also contribute to find patterns between countries. And next slide, please. Here we are using the machine learning, but the decision tree is not for the predictive purposes. We are using decision tree to know which features is actually contributed the most to predict transaction that goes to low tax jurisdiction countries. And we found the 2 highest, most important features are the status of entities being a foreign investors and their status of being exporters. And this is also recall what Gita mentioned before about the potential risk that they might lowering their price when they want to export because they want to lowering their duty in their destination countries. And also we can find countries related to the extensive pattern that can be predicted from the model that may show also a risk of having underreporting because this is related to transaction to low tax jurisdiction. And then for the clustering, we do cluster with 4 clusters, and then we found this cluster 2 is, oh sorry, next slide please. This is the clustering result. We found that cluster 2 showing the highest potential risk because based on the proportion, it has transactions proportion very high to the low tax jurisdictions compared to the other clusters.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes again.
All right, okay, so I should make it fast. So we also do anomaly detection to get further information about the potential risks. And next slide, please. These are the results. We find some countries related based on anomalies. Next slide, please. And here, we also do the association role learning here using the market basket analysis logic that which country is actually associated with other countries. And when we found this, some countries are actually associated. So an entity can have affiliation with this country and also have affiliation with some countries. So those countries are somehow associated. And we go to the next slide, to the conclusion. Here, we found this highlight that we know that basically foreign investment based on companies pose higher risk compared to domestic investment. And then the intercompany also follows the extended gravity rules using the affiliation indicators. And some countries actually show high potential risk of being underreporting, and the highest risk showing by countries that is part of lower tax jurisdiction. And you can see in the next slide here, they are not only close, those countries are related to Indonesia not only by distance, but also because they are part of low tax jurisdiction. So next slide, please. So our recommendation is to further do research on having extensive indicators because we are only using a little part of taxation data, but we can do extensive research with using other macro indicators and other data from other authorities. We can combine with customs or other authorities. And the last one, the next slide, is our policy implications. We have to enhance the collaboration between authorities and countries to have this cross-border threat risk management. Okay, that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Applause for the authors. Thank you very much. And I forgot to mention your title. Sorry. The title is Detecting Cross-Border Transaction Using Machine Learning, the case of Indonesia. Okay. There is 10 minutes to discussion. And maybe I will give the opportunity to the offline participants. Please raise your hand. Okay, in the middle. Please, the microphone give to the participant. Mention your name, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Putuyanti from Directorate General of Taxes. First of all, I want to give appreciation to this very great presentation from Ms. Gita and Ms. Indah. I want to ask, regarding to anomaly detection, would you mind to elaborate more what action to address the anomaly? And the second one, is there any risk upon the cross-border transaction using machine learning? Thank you.
Okay. You can directly answer the question maybe.
Thank you, Mbak Putu, for the question. So the first question is how to handle these anomalies, right? So we are using anomaly detection not for removing the anomalies from the records. Actually, we have massive records here. But what can we do to extract the patterns, the useful patterns from the records? We have done the clustering, but is clustering enough to show the profiles? And actually, it is not enough. We are doing this anomaly to find further risks relying on the data. And then we found these anomalies actually have profiles that is more extensive than founded by the clustering. So these anomalies is not meant to be handled actually through these research, but we are marking which transactions is actually considered anomalies and what kind of profiles underlying the anomalies and how to handle them is related to the customs because these anomalies related to countries. And countries here, we found some countries mentioning over and over again, and these countries might have probably like related to potential risks of underreporting. So how to handle this will be handled by the customs authority. And because they will have more information about what is actually the difference between checking for, I don't know, like import or export between one country to another, because after this research, we will have kind of ranks based on risk, which countries actually have more risks considered their patterns that we found in our research. The second question?
If I understand correctly, the second question is asking about the risk related to cross-border trade transactions. Is that correct? So yeah, basically, if we're talking about the risk of cross-border trade, like we are exporters or importers, tax and duty that we are paid is always counted as expense, right? It's not like a contribution to the nations, but from business perspective, they usually like treat it as expense. So that is why the most common risk for cross-border trades is the underreporting or undervaluing the value of goods, which is fraud actually. So like in this regard, when we are talking about what's the difference actually between the risk of the common cross-border trade and the risk with the intercompany cross-border trade, it is very apparent to say that when you have transactions with your affiliations, it's like with your siblings, transaction with your siblings. It can pose like higher risk compared to when you have a transaction with other independent parties, because these two actors try to like undervalue the total like export or import, whether in the source country or in the destination countries. That is the main risk that we want to highlight in this research. I hope it answers your question.
Is that you want to know? Ms. Putu? Okay, thank you. I think it's related with my research in 2021. This is my recommendation with Ms. Desa about use the risk engine, then connect it with artificial intelligence. But I think this very expensive to implement it. In the Directorate General of Taxes has implemented this platform.
So for the transfer pricing in general, we already have the risk management. So we call it like compliance risk management for transfer pricing. So we have already like implement the risk management for the transfer pricing cases.
Yeah. Maybe it's related with the tax compliance too. Is it right? Yeah,
Exactly.
most of market forces Indonesia always tax avoidance, tax evasion. Is it right?
Yeah, basically it's correct because from a tax perspective, we always consider the 4 pillars of tax compliance, which one of them is correct reportings, and this is one of the biggest issues in the transfer pricing realm. Would you like to add?
Actually, the other authors are the leaders for the compliance risk management units in Director General of Taxes. So our compliance risk management is not only have a model to detect risk related to transfer pricing, but we also have others, other aspects that we defined this compliance model.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We give the opportunity to the participants to give a question again. Is there any question? Oh, Mr. Sanusi, my friend from Nigeria. How are you today?
I'm fine, boss.
You sleep well?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a very insightful presentations. My questions goes this way. You see, the criminal elements in the global supply chain always find a way of beating the system to avoid being detected. You know, you may have a shipment coming from country A, from a particular maybe exporter. Then they now ship that consignment into another country to disguise, and at the end of the day, take that consignment into country C. During the stay of the consignment in country B, they may disguise the consignment and change the product description. All this is aimed to avoid traces. Perhaps country A might be a high-risk country. Perhaps that exporter, the first exporter from country A, may be high-risk exporter. Maybe the goods being exported under consideration are, you know, a kind of control or a kind of banned product into the last destination country. So in this kind of scenario of the importer or the actors within the system trying to navigate and avoid traces, how can machine learning try to detect such if fully implemented? Thank you.
Sanusi, thank you very much for your questions. So let me clarify. So you're asking how does machine learning could detect as fraudulent exporters? So basically, from my perspective, one of the policy implications that we offered is utilizing not only macro level data, but also extensive micro level data. In this sense, because it's fraud, perhaps, for example, as custom authorities, could collaborate not only with tax authorities, but also with the financial crime unit, the FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit, because they have like the data of the exporters. They can provide like micro extensive data, for example, like invoice, so you can find who is actually the real exporters, who is the real buyers, because yeah, basically like the fraud activities, like the fraud scheme, it is very common, yeah. It is very common like to find like such a fraud scheme where like the real buyers doesn't want to reveal themselves, for example. Yeah, this is like one of the common case in Indonesia as well. Perhaps for me, I think that's from me. Would you like to add?
Unfortunately, we finished. The time is over. Sorry. Thank you very much for for your participation in this discussion. Thank you very much for your presenting here. Very exciting, and very completely. And give applause for the presenter. Okay, you can leave here. Okay, the next is from Razia. Are you there, Miss? Who is she? Miss Anna. Miss Anna, are you there? Hello, Miss Anna. The the second author is Mr. Grafova, Grafova Tatiana Bulgadarian, and Miss Anna. The title of their paper is Customs Control Using Artificial Intelligence Technologies. Hello, Miss Anna. This is Miss Anna. Hello.
Hello, my name is Diana Anna. Dear colleagues, allow me to greet you and present the attention report on artificial intelligence topic, customs control using artificial intelligence technologies.
Okay, are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thanks for you. Applause for Miss Anna. Okay, time is yours. Now you can start now. You want to access your slide yourself? Miss Anna?
It's not my presentation.
Pardon me?
It's not my presentation.
I can understand.
Not extract presentation.
You can share the slide. You can share your slide by yourself. You have been given the access to share your slide. Please.
Yes. It's not my presentation. Because it is my presentation.
You have your own slide that you send to me, and then you can share your slide yourself. Or the host, please open the slide and then give Miss Anna. The host, please open the slide. And give Miss Anna access to click the slide by herself. Mas Noel? Ready? Wait a minute, okay. Okay, you can see your slide, Miss Anna?
Slide, but it's not my presentation.
Your presentation about custom control using artificial intelligence technology. Yeah, is it right?
technology, yes, customs control using artificial intelligence technologies. Like I saw my presentation.
Someone can understand it? Someone can understand what you mean? What is your title? What is your title papers, Miss Anna?
Customer control using artificial intelligence technologies.
Yeah, that is right. That is
Yes,
right. Yeah.
it's right. It's not my presentation.
Mas Noel, please.
Right.
Custom control using artificial intelligence technologies.
Yes, sir. Channel area was actually planning presentation. Channel planning presentation. It was just to do.
She want to click the slide by herself, not by host.
A presentation. I can open my presentation now. Okay. It's my presentation. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
This is yours?
Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay. Please.
My dear, sorry.
Okay. Your time.
Yes.
Time for
And the
this.
digitization and new technologies businesses are facing increasing competition. The ability of a company to take action to improve its competitiveness depends largely on environmental factors. While customs services can be considered an external factor, since customs services are provided by customs authorities.
Okay, please. You can start now. 20 minutes your time.
Okay, increasing the efficiency of custom control means ensuring that a product crosses border without any problems. This isn't easy task given the variety and almost infinity of existing products. On the other hand, more than 100,000 customs rules need to be applied, and the use of artificial intelligence can help here, which unlike the human brain has the ability to analyze hundreds of thousands of data in seconds. Artificial intelligence in itself isn't a solution because if it's fast, it's not able to replace people and serves primarily to help the customs department, allowing them to work more efficiently with the scale of cross-border trade. The state of research on the relationship between the introduction of digital technologies in customs control processes and business competitiveness is not widespread. Next slide, please. Artificial intelligence in the customs authorities has become the basis of an electronic state operating on the basis of the assumptions of the digital economy, and the digital economy itself has become the basis for the use of advanced e-system. The customs authorities protect the security of trading goods, play a fundamental role in the supply chain and are activists for the competitiveness of enterprises. From the point of view of competitiveness, it's important for the entrepreneur that customs control standards respond to modern business conditions and international trade rules. Customs control should be the lowest possible burden, and of course, shouldn't hinder business by creating additional costs to trade. Next slide. Thank you. This leads to the improvement of international trade transfer, in particular to the facilitation of the movement by simplifying formalities and reducing the violation of numberless checks. Full knowledge of who and what is sent to who and from where is very important, but this doesn't mean that customs control is absolute control of everything. It's impossible to cover all persons, all the items, and goods crossing the customs border. It's necessary to single out those where there is suspicion of illegal behavior. Next. Customs control is very important for the tourism relation economic union, protection of the function of the customs union and the common market, especially in the context of the twin groups. This freedom, which means that every product that crosses the customs border of the Eurasian economic union and student of circulation can freely circulate on this market, contributes to variation and increases the requirements for customs authorities in the field of control. Procedures that facilitate customs services in terms of control depend on the fulfillment of certain conditions, as well as on the quality of the data that the disposal of the customs authorities. This data can be obtained from various sources, which are diverse and large in number. We can see on the slides. Please next slide. As we can see, the number of data sources for customs control can be huge. So every tool that effort its standardization and simplification are important. Now, the general advantages that positively affect the competitiveness of enterprises involved in the international trade groups. The following should be noted: saving time, reducing costs, minimizing overall transportation costs, expenses for administrative and office services, faster access to the rules create the efficiency of customs clearance. Increasingly, complex supply chains as well as some economic and technological conditions mean that the vertical use of digital technologies isn't only a privilege of customs authorities, but also a necessity. Next slide, please. The growing number of commercial transactions and the nature of access to the integrity of the supply chain in international trade that the customs authorities don't have the ability to check every customs declaration. Therefore, when making customs control decisions, they take into account the measures taken by the entrepreneurs themselves and do their activities to areas where there is an increase reasons flows without contrary to applicable regulation. Two areas have been identified affecting the productivity and efficiency of customs operations and are the result of the primary directors, knowledge of the product, access to the control of the data use for classification. Next slide. The advent of artificial intelligence will affect all media and well-defined tasks at the customs level. The process of completing customs declaration can also be simplified. Many companies are currently working on this sort. We seek to automatically extract data from documents generated by all participants in international trade. However, care must be taken when following the data validation steps in this process so that automatic processing. Don't send your erroneous data to customs. This is the real rule of the customs development. It shouldn't be a data tracking by an informed professional able to detect errors and consistent in documents. Next slide. Artificial intelligence is based on a set of data, the quality and the completeness of which must be constantly checked, including a description of the user in training. And through an intuitive interface, providing suggestion and highlight elements that are looking to make a decision. And the customs specification, not everything is right or bad. The man seems to be able to explain and justify the choice of classification. In this case, Artificial intelligence can help motivate the by providing multiple options in second that can be conveyed in answer to the right questions asked. The ability is difficult to assess since it's difficult to establish a classification that allows you to test the system. That is, you must also take into account the entire class of the customer development, customer development, biologies, a customer journey, or CGM. Next slide, please. So, machine learning. We can capture consumer intent. His behavioral tendencies are captured and constantly optimized according to his own actions. Thus, machine learning underlies optimization algorithm or product implementation mechanism. CDM says so artificial intelligence will be able to identify useful data for customs declaration in documents, digitize, analyze, and format them for integration directly into their customs clearance solutions. Exactly where it's needed by declarants in combination with the competence of the customs authority. He has the ability to use all his powers after processing and a few documents by declarants, has the ability to adapt to all types and formats of documents and works the same with another. Please, next slide. CDM is proposed to be used to centralize the entry and management of master data for all lines of the customs authorities within these months. We can do it for them. Tools, the first machine and tools, you can see the other rules. Manage registrants, change communication data, manage certificates, check the data provided to the customs authorities. Next slide. Big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are used in some form by sovereign customs, where the other happening to use them in the future. Most of the members survived syndically and to this type of technology. Chief knowledge, risk management, and risk profiling, fraud detection, and improved compliance. A data strategy needs to be developed to better manage data and achieve the required quality. Barriers and challenges to the adoption of the side of the technology include course and lack of expertise and best practices. However, there are significant benefits for customs authorities, including data extraction for utilities and risk management purposes. Audits and concerns, cultural development, and this artificial intelligence for the interpretation of its regulations. It's for involving the use of financial and quantitative and surgery to remove advice and results in the collection and anti-smuggling. Next slide, please. That artificial intelligence can be applied in several ways and to various customs professions. It can be done with software or special hardware. There are several use cases. For example, classification of products, analyze or explain groups of shipping materials, custom controls, including targeting of dangerous groups, stimuli, analyze, data. Real-time data. Analysis of collection of revenues, ensuring the time calculation and evaluation of duties and taxes and border. The next slide, please. The results of customer control is something customer dependent on strategic. The classification of region and custom label. Simplified classification consists in designated custom label to conduct or reduce the task is to automatically find the tariff position of a product or product. With its very understanding of custom tariff classification matrices and explanatory notes and its ability to analyze the vast amounts of international private data. Artificial intelligence will provide faster and more reliable answers than a human. Customer development will be able to solve this problem with an automatic search genre translate the common language to customer using artificial intelligence to improve the data classification by disseminating the customer information. In this slide, please. In addition, the management of customer data within the customer data artificial intelligence can be used to develop a tool that will analyze data and sideways to reduce the time required to complete a task while doing the digital work and maximizing staff productivity. Similar tools are already used in selected countries and have the following features. We consider features. Calculated to determine the ideal time to complete a task. A tool will analyze data with time steps, sending incentives from the management to orders. The time manager will highlight the project and downtime and notice decision makers or performance metric. Performance forecast tool, if you can see. Also, artificial intelligence can be used to evaluate the performance and the effectiveness of customs measure based on 4 indicators. Compliance with the time, task consistency, engagement, quality, utilization. Using this management, the customer will provide important benefits related to this. Reduction of fraud detection and compliance, custom check and anomaly detection. Artificial intelligence provide a significant improvement in the technology when multiple trade data sources are combined with custom data. It's possible to improve confidence result in transaction selection both during and after assessment. The next slide, please. The introduction of the customer declaration mail that throws economic attitude development, which will either be software used to reduce economic events, which in turn will contribute to structural change in the function of the customs authorities. Through the proposed change to the custom control processes, the customs authorities will be able to perform the following function more effectively. And the actual economic innovative protected. The next slide. Summing up the study, we can conclude that artificial intelligence experts of the customs authority are recently the case for many years to come. However, its use can bring many benefits, so it's extremely important to properly use new technologies. Customer data may developers must anticipate how e-commerce will develop. Observe new trends are emerging between a service and a shopper, and what problems all this leads to random corridors. They also need to understand new input models and build closer relationship with stakeholder in the supply chain and be given the opportunity to use more technology, artificial intelligence and blockchain. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Perez. Thank you for your attention. If you give a question, I answer it. Thank you.
Finished? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Anna. Big applause for Ms. Anna. Okay, this is about artificial intelligence. Yeah, too many advantages from artificial intelligence for the custom control. Yeah. Okay. For the next, we have 10 minutes for discussion. Please raise hand to the offline participant, and maybe you can write the chat box for the online participant. Or you can raise hand for the online participant who want to speak. There is not. And for the audience here, who want to ask? Oh, there is no. Miss Anna?
Okay.
you write on the paper that many advantages of artificial intelligence for the custom control. What do you think about it? Is it that will impact with reduce the official?
Yes, question. Artificial intelligence in itself isn't a solution because if it's fast, it's not be able to replace people, and so it's primarily to help the customers on the ground. I want him to run more efficiently using the sale of cross-border trade. In practice, custom control means certification and specific aims. And artificial intelligence can help millions by providing multiple options in seconds that can be conveyed to thousands of the right machines.
Maybe it's just the supporting, maybe, yeah. Just supporting to assist the officer. Is it right? Okay.
Yes, it's helpful custom. Artificial intelligence can help customers in digital economy. Artificial intelligence in adaptation of the type of technology support course and the lack of expertise and best practices.
Okay, I think you just literature study, yeah. From the literature you write your paper. You don't have you don't compare between the other country best practice in Russia with another country. There your paper there is no comparison. Okay, I think it's enough. There is no question again. You want to give a closing statement, Miss Anna?
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
For your questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Give applause to Miss Anna. Okay, the next paper, I think from Indonesia. Oh, Miss Siti Arifatus and Mr. Arif Hartanto. Are you there?
Yes, we are here.
Okay.
And we would like to present by ourselves. Let me
I still can't
have
see you.
the
Where's
share screen.
please on
Am
camera?
I clear?
I can see the authors. Okay, I want to introduce the authors to researchers for this paper. First, Siti Arifatus and Arif Hartanto, both of them from Directorate General Custom and Excise, precisely from Bengkulu. Is it right?
Yes, right, Mrs. Wisnu.
Okay. The title of a paper is Fraud Detection Using Data Analytic, a case study of under-invoicing importation fraud in Indonesia. Okay, are you ready now?
Yes, Mrs. Wisnu, but let us to share our own
please share
presentation because
your slide
we do
now.
several correction on it.
Yeah. You will click your slide yourself?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, share. You can start sharing now.
Am I audible?
I still can't see the slide and your face.
Am my voice clear?
We already share our presentation, Mrs.
There is not? Oh yeah, okay.
Yes.
I can
Okay.
see now. Okay, time is yours.
Okay.
Your time 20 minutes and then we continue with 10-minute discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for RTC Indonesia and moderator Mrs. Wisnu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues and honored guests and all participants. It's a privilege to stand before you today and share our insights and discoveries. And without further ado, let me introduce our team. My name is Arif Hartanto and my colleagues, Mrs. Siti Arifaatus Saada. We are from Directorate General Customs and Excise of Indonesia, specifically Bengkulu Customs and Excise Regional Office. And today we are here to present our research paper with the title of Fraud Detection Using Data Analytics in the Custom Context, a case study of under-invoicing importation fraud in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the background of this project is the fact that nowadays customs is currently facing a major challenge. First, the borderless market conditions increase the volume of international trade transaction. In 2022, general importation documents reached more than 4.5 million documents, and 92% of them were through green channels. And secondly, we also face the condition that we have a limited number of examiner officers and limited inspection time, where the document inspection time is limited to 30 days after the release of goods. It means that it's nearly impossible for customs officer to inspect each importation document one by one to ensure the correctness of the document, so that the inspection is carried out based on risk management and only focus on transactions that do have a high risk. And third, currently, we see that there are no tools that can identify risky transaction, especially related to the risk of under-invoicing fraud. And therefore, we created this project with the aim to provide tools that can predict or provide alerts to examiner officer about which transactions are indeed at risk of under-invoicing fraud, so that further inspection can be carried out and examiner officer inspection can be more focused and targeted. So that the question is, what is under-invoicing fraud? Indonesia applies the self-assessment system in the import document, so that customs officer needs to examine the importation document declared by importers, one of which is customs value examination. And during the inspection, the customs officer will examine and compare the customs value declared by importers with the customs value based on the WCO guideline. And in so many cases, under-invoicing fraud could be found by deep examination. So the under-invoicing fraud is the condition when importers declare the customs value of imported goods at a lower amount that it should be in order to cut off the import duty or other taxes. Therefore, in this study, we try to build models or predict the transaction that indicate the under-invoicing fraud. On the other word, we try to create an under-invoicing alert system for our customs officer to do a deep examination on that particular transaction. In this study, we used the main reference from the previous research by Murarun Kwer. She explained that in her study, how to apply the ANN or artificial neural networks model to detect fraud in income tax with accuracy value 92% and precision level 85%. And this research is a development from this previous research with the novelty of applying and comparing analytical data modeling for fraud detection in under invoicing fraud, and combine several risk factors, not only commodity risk or imported good, but also supplier risk, importer risk, and country risk that greatly affect the behavior patterns of importers in reporting the importation documents. And in this project, we use two main data sets, which are data of declaration of importation goods 2022 and examiner report on 2022. Hence, the data has been verified based on the examination of the examiner officer. And in the data preparation stage, we conducted 4 processes consisting of cleansing, labeling, clustering, and balancing. Firstly, in the cleansing stage, we made sure that the data we use is clean from empty fields or errors. And the next, in the labeling stage, we give flags to which transaction are under invoicing fraud or not by labeling the documents. And the third, at the clustering stage, we clustered the risk level of the exporter country, supplier, commodity, and importer into 3 classes: low risk, medium risk, and high risk category. This clustering used the difference of customs value shortage between the customs value declared and custom value based on examination by examiner officer. And lastly, at the balancing stage, we perform data balancing to avoid bias. We perform balancing data by downsampling the majority of data, so the data is ready to be used in modeling. It's around 300,000 rows, and the variables that we use, including under invoicing flag, and then facility code, Incoterms, import duty rates, exporter country risk, supplier risk, commodity risk, and importer risk, where the under invoicing flag variable is the target variable. Afterwards, we conducted modeling using Python and Google Colab, and we use a ratio of training and testing data by 70 and 30. And for the next slide will be presented by my colleague, Mrs. Siti Arifatul Saada. The time is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Ari, for your explanation. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to continue our presentation here. So in the previous presentation, Mr. Arif already explained to us about the background of our study. And then he also mentioned about the data set and how we conducted our data preparation. Now I will continue our presentation to explain about the methodology, the findings, and the conclusion of this study. So in the last stage, we already do the balancing data. So after we completing the data preparation and the data is ready to use, then now it's time for us to apply several analyses. So the first analysis here is a statistical descriptive analysis. This analysis involves using several statistical measures for instance, the mean or average value of the variables, the minimum and the maximum value, and other statistical measures. And we do this analysis for all of our variables. And the purpose of this analysis actually is to gain an initial understanding of our data. So for example, in this slide, we can see that the statistical descriptive analysis, we give the example of the statistical descriptive analysis of the import duty rates variable on the table in the left side. You can see that in this table, the total data that we include in our study is more than 300,000 rows, with the average value of the import duty rates variable is around 4%, with the minimum value is 0 and the maximum value is 78%. So this table indicates that in our data, we include big variability data. And then the next one on the left, on my right side, there's a table that shows us about the distribution of our data sets risk level. So in the previous slide, Mr. Arif already mentioned that we include several risk level variables, included the risk level of importers, commodities, supplier, and the exporters country. And all of those variables we generated from our providing database. And you can see on this table that actually most of our data exhibit a high level of risk. Next. And then after we conducted the statistical descriptive analysis for all the variables, we already gaining an initial understanding about our data. And now it's time for us to apply the Pearson correlation analysis to explore or to explain about the linear relationship between the variables. Once again, it's important to note that the Pearson correlation can only explain about the linear relationship, but not with the nonlinear ones. And from this figure, we can see and you can observe that the top three variables that have the strongest relationship with the under-invoicing flag variable, there are the first one is the low level of imported risk. And we can see that the value is negative. So it means that the importers with a low level of risk tend to declare the right custom value. And actually this fact is really aligned with the fact that we found in our field. And then the second variable that has the strongest relationship is the facilitation code. So we can see that this indicate that the importers using facilitation scam tend to engage in under-invoicing fraud. And the last variable is the low level of supplier risk. And also it display a negative correlation actually. So it means that the importation from the supplier with a low risk level result in the right declaration of custom value. Next. And after we gained an understanding of the linear correlation, we included all the variables in our models. And in here, we tried to apply various algorithms. So in this study, we aim to select the best performing algorithm by comparing several algorithm performance. So we measure the performance based on the accuracy score, the precise score, and the log loss score. And the algorithm that perform the best will be chosen for our fraud detection model. So the best model is the model that generates the highest score in the accuracy and in the precise score. But at the same time, this model also generates the lowest score in the log loss. And in this study, we include several algorithms, for instance, the ENN or artificial neural network, the logistic regression, the decision tree, the key nearest neighbor, and then the Gaussian naive Bayes, the XGBoost classifier, and the last one is the random forest classifier. Next. Yeah, after we perform the algorithm into our model, and this is the result of the comparison based on the performance score. So in the table in the left side, you can see that XGBoost classifier generates the best result in our model, which is scored the highest in accuracy and precise score around 63%. And at the same time, this model also generates the lowest score in the log loss is around 62%. And this result actually slightly a little bit different from a previous study by Morurongquer, where in her study she said that the ANN performed the best. But that's not happened in our study actually, because yeah, we have a different cases. Although we see that the performance score gap isn't big enough, it's not significant between the XGBoost classifier and the ANN. Therefore, we selected the XGBoost classifier for under invoicing fraud detection prediction model. And the next. And this is the conversion metric using the XGBoost classifier into our model. As we mentioned before, that actually we divide our data into the data training and the testing data with a ratio 70 and 30. It means that the 70% of our data was used to identify the patterns of our under invoicing fraud, or we call it as training data. And the remaining of it, which is 30%, was used for the performance evaluation, or we call it as the testing data. And we can see based on this metric in the left side is the training conversion metric. You can observe that our data, our training data, contain over 100,000 under invoicing fraud detection, and our model accurately predicted more than 70,000 of them. And the same trend is seen in the testing data. We can see on the conversion metric on my right side, we can observe that there is more than 33,000 under invoicing fraud cases. And our model accurately predicted more than 23,000 of it. And we think that with this result is quite satisfactory for us. So we hope that the further improvement in the future studies can generate better results. Next.
Have 4 minutes
So
left.
based on our study, we can make a conclusion that actually the factors that have the strongest correlation influence fraud in under invoicing importation are the risk importer, facility code, and the risk supplier. And the best model that performed well in our study is the X gradient boosted classifier. We remain optimistic that the study can yield a better result with the further improvement. So we suggest that for the future studies, we want that the future studies can collaborate with other units, especially regarding with the risk level data that's generated from the profiling system. Additionally, we also recommend including variables and data from the post-clearance stage, such as the post-clearance audit report and reassessment report. Of course, the purpose is to enrich the analysis, so we can face the limitation that we have in this study, because in the study we only use data from the clearance state, and we think that it will be beneficial to incorporate data from the pre-clearance and the post-clearance stage, so we can get a broader and a more comprehensive pattern to detect the under invoicing fraud. So maybe that's all, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and the opportunity to share our finding. We look forward to engaging in the discussion. Lastly, from us, in data, we find wisdom. In data, we find insight. And in data, we discover the keys to a more informed and connected world. Thank you. Now back to you,
Thank you
Mrs.
very
Wisnu.
much, Miss Arif ya, sama with Miss Siti. Very detailed presentation, I think. Okay, now time for discussion. The opportunity first I give to the participant, online participant. Please raise your hand. Or the online participant, there is a chat box maybe. There's no. The host, please tell me if there is a question in the online on the chat box. In this audience, okay. Miss Siti, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mrs. Wisnu, I'm here.
Okay. Could you elaborate it about clustering? Your method, one of your method is clustering. Can you elaborate it?
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Wisnu. So yeah, as we mentioned before in our presentation, in conducting our data preparation, we do a clustering into our data. So actually the clustering that we do is two build the profiling maps or to build the profiling database that will determine the risk level of dataset. So we use in our study the risk level of importers, the risk level of the supplier, the risk level of the exporters country, and also the risk level of the commodities. And we build this variable by doing the clustering on our examination result. So based on this clustering, we try to summarize the examination result, and then we can determine or maybe categorize. For instance, if you want to get the importers list of levels, so we try to categorize our importers based on the gap value or maybe based on the under invoicing that they do. So for instance, for the importers level, we categorize the importer that do the under invoicing fraud more than maybe 1 million US dollar as in the high risk level of importers. Yeah. So we do the same method for other variable in the risk level of dataset. Yeah. So we hope that it's quite clear about it.
Okay, thank you for your complete answer. But how could you be sure that the data set that suspect on the under invoicing fraud correctly? Meanwhile, in Indonesia, use the self-assessment for the declaration of import. How is it?
Okay, so Mrs. Susno, yeah, actually to make it sure that we use the right data or the confirmed data is that we use the data that already examined by our custom officer. So we really can guarantee that the data sources that we use in our study is already examined, is already clear. Is there any under invoicing fraud or not? Yeah, and actually, in this study, we only use the examination result on the clearance process. So we hope that for a better result, we hope that in the next study we can include several reports like the examination result from the post clearance stage or from the pre clearance stage. For instance, we can use the audit or post-clearance report or maybe reassessment report in the post-clearance stage. So we can have a more comprehensive pattern of under invoicing based on the examination, not only in the on clearance, but also in the pre-clearance and in the post-clearance stage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Indeed that under invoicing still happens in Indonesia, yeah, because tax compliance of many market forces is still low. I said still low. lack of tax compliance. Okay, there is someone want to ask, give question? Mas Noel? There is no from the online? No? Okay. Unfortunately, time is over. So, thank you very much for Mbak Siti and Mas Arif, and give big applause to the authors. And the next presenter from Russia. Okay, I want to call Miss Kirilova Daria. Miss Daria, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Nice
I'm
to
here.
see you too. Hey, how are you?
Thank you. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. You are alone? You are.
No, I'm with my friend.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh?
with your friend. Okay. Your title of the title of your paper is The Experience of the EAEU and the Russian Federation on Customs Regulation of the International Electronic Commerce, e-commerce, yeah. Okay, no further ado, time is yours. Give applause again to Miss Daria.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, Mas Noel, you have given access to Miss Daria to share the presentation material? Yes. Okay, I can see the slide or presentation material.
Okay. Dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the conference, and thank you, Mrs. Wisnu. I would like to tell you about the experience of customs regulation of electronic commerce goods in the Russian Federation. Amendments to the customs code of the Eurasian Economic Union are currently undergoing domestic approval in the states members of Eurasian Economic Union. These changes are related to the introduction of a new category of goods, e-commerce goods, and a new institute of an e-commerce operator. The Customs Service of the Russian Federation is conducting some experiments aimed at preparing for the planned changes. In general, there are three trends of customs regulation of e-commerce goods now in Russian customs law. The first is introduction of a new concept in customs legislation, electronic commerce goods. The second is application of customs procedures in relation to electronic commerce goods. And the third is Institute of Electronic Commerce Operator, an intermediary between an individual and the customs service. In my opinion, the most issue is the definition of the concept of e-commerce goods. The flow of goods across the customs border traditionally consists of two components, trade and non-trade turnover. This division is based on the purpose of the goods. Goods for personal use of individuals constitute non-trade turnover. Commercial batches of goods constitute trade turnover. As you can see on this slide, there is a certain difference in the performance of customs operations in relation to these two groups of goods. It is supposed to use different types of customs declarations, different procedures for calculating and paying customs duties, including the sign of the presence of a duty-free import trade, as well as different approaches to the application of customs procedures. Goods for personal use are not placed under customs procedures with the exception of customs transit procedure. It is very important to determine which goods we will understand as e-commerce goods, precisely for the purpose of customs regulation, taking into account the traditional division of the flow of goods depending on the purpose of the movement of goods. For commercial and non-commercial use. Definition of e-commerce goods should be simple and contain the main parameters that are important for the identification of this category of goods when moving across the customs border, in order to apply to them a certain procedures for performing customs operations and a certain procedure for customs duties. World Trade Organization defines electronic commerce as the production, distribution, marketing, sale, or delivery of goods and services by electronic means. So by e-commerce goods, we can understand all goods that move within the framework of e-commerce. The protocol of amendments to the Eurasian Economic Union Customs Code under e-commerce goods means e-commerce goods intended for sale to individuals and e-commerce goods purchased by individuals. Actually, the term of e-commerce goods itself is not explained, but it's obvious that e-commerce goods in the legislation of our customs union are goods moving to individuals. On the slide, you can see the characteristic of the concept of e-commerce goods, which are contained in the draft protocol of amendments to our the customs code distinguishes e-commerce goods as a separately category of goods that do not belong to either trade or non-trade turnover. E-commerce goods considered as goods moved to the address of individuals and in fact intended for the personal use of individuals. For e-commerce goods, it is also possible to establish duty-free import regulations. At the same time, e-commerce goods have the characteristics of goods of trade turnover. In certain cases, customs duties for e-commerce goods will be paid at the rate of the unified customs tariff of the Eurasian Economic Union. Taxes will be paid in accordance with the national tax legislation of the Eurasian Economic Union states. So e-commerce goods have the characteristics of goods for trade as well as non-trade turnover. E-commerce goods move to the address of individuals before being purchased by an individual in a foreign online store could be placed under the customs procedure of a customs warehouse. In the future, for the purpose of an individual buyer, under the customs procedure of release for internal circulation. So a few words about the use procedure of the customs warehouse in relation to electronic commerce goods. One of the experiments that began in 2023 in Russia involves the use of the customs procedure of a customs warehouse for e-commerce goods intended for sale to individuals. A foreign person, seller, marketplace imports goods into the Russian Federation and places them under the customs procedure of a customs warehouse. One of the conditions is the import of goods as international mail. In the case of an order of goods by an individual on a foreign marketplace, such information is sent to the e-commerce operator and the owner of customs warehouse. The operator performs customs operation related to the declaration and release of goods previously placed in a customs warehouse in accordance with the procedure of release for domestic consumption and organizes the delivery of goods to the buyer. The operator also pays customs duties and taxes. When performing customs operations, the operator uses such a feature of the release as the release of goods before the filling of a customs declaration, which allows for the rapid passage of customs formalities and fast delivery of goods to the recipient. And direction of customs regulation of e-commerce goods is the introduction of the institution of an intermediary and e-commerce operator. Also, since March 2023, an experience has been conducted related to the activities of such persons. According to the national rules of Russia, the operator status has been assigned to 8 persons. The list is on the website of the Federal Customs Service of Russia. The introduction of the institution of the e-commerce operator will reduce the time for customs operation, ensure short delivery times for goods to recipients, and optimize customs control. The declaration of goods transported to the address of individuals will be carried out by the operator, as well as the payment of customs duties. This slide presents the requirements for persons applying for the status of an e-commerce operator. They have to be a customs representative and an owner of a temporary storage warehouse, the absence of errors in the payment of customs duties, taxes, administrative fines, the presence of a legal irreducible balance of the personal account, advance payments in the amount of at least 250,000 euro, have no facts of bringing to criminal responsibility the founders, the head, the chief account for crimes, responsibility for which is provided by the criminal code of the Russian Federation. So also have inspection equipment that allows all goods entering the customs control zone for personal use, as well as technical means that ensure the deconsolidation, accounting, and placement of goods, have an information system ensuring interaction with the information system of customs authorities. In the Russian Federation, e-commerce operator began to carry out their activities from March 2023. The conducted research allows us to conclude that the current direction of development of the legal foundations for the movement of goods within the framework of international e-commerce in the Eurasian Economic Union as a position of e-commerce goods as a separate independent category of goods transported across the customs border, as well as the use of customs procedures in the logistic of importing e-commerce goods for personal use, and the formation of the institute of an intermediary between natural person buyers of goods and customs authorities. The advantage of the Russian experience of customs regulation of e-commerce goods is the formation of a new approach to the theory of customs legislation, systematic development of methods of customs regulation of e-commerce goods, and their practical testing within the framework of pilot project. This experience can be used by other countries adjusting for national peculiarities. For the further successful development of the principles of customs regulation of e-commerce goods are essential the issues of theoretical development of the concepts of international electronic commerce and electronic commerce goods for the purposes of customs regulation. It is necessary to clearly formulate the goal, what result is planned to be achieved by forming a separate category of e-commerce goods and applying certain principles of calculating customs payments for goods moved by individuals for personal use within the framework of e-commerce. If the trade turnover in any case retains the principles of customs taxations, payment of customs duties and taxes at the rate of the unified customs tariff of the customs union, and in accordance of the declared customs procedures, then in non-trade turnover, the application of customs procedures can significantly affect the final cost of goods for the recipient individual, respectively the volume of international electronic commerce in the B2C segment. Pilot projects and experiments currently being conducted in the Russian Federation will certainly provide additional extensive material to address the issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, a good presentation. Big applause for Ms. Daria. Okay, I think we have a similar case here for e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce in Indonesia. We have X-ray inspection for all the goods import, yeah, and we have a problem for the imposing the consignment goods, yeah. Okay, I will give the opportunity for the audience, online and offline. First, for the offline participants, please raise your hand if you want to give a question. Okay, from the online, Mas Noel, is there a question? No, there is no. Okay, okay. I won't elaborate it with Miss Anna. Okay, you mentioned about the marketplace and the personal importers. Yeah. How about the marketplace? The regulation for the marketplace in Russia? Miss Anna, marketplace like Lazada, Job, Shopee, and what is Alibaba? Yeah. The regulation in Russia and the EU, EAEU, yeah, Eurasian Economic Union. Okay. In Indonesia, we have DDP,
I
Delivery
think.
Duty Paid. Do you know that?
I think yes. So we can. The difference is in filling on customs declaration and the differences in a type of customs declaration. We use goods declaration for commercial use, and we use passenger customs declaration for personal use. So we have limit for duty limit. We have limit for duty free for goods for personal use, and we haven't such a limit for
how much for the duty?
Commercial use.
How much
goods.
for the
We have 200 euro and 31 kilos, but now we have 1,000.
Yes, that is
31
for
kilos.
personal. And how about the marketplace? The marketplace, you know, Lazada.
We,
you know Lazada?
We have marketplaces and есть ли у нас какой лимит для коммерческих? The same. It's a limit for commercial for if I buy goods on Alibaba, AliExpress, it doesn't matter. I have such a limit. If I go across the border and then I come back to Russia, I have another limit, 500 euros and 25 kilos, and the different limit for if I come back by plane, it's 10,000 euro and 50 kilos limit.
Oh, 10,000 euro?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
I
that's
see.
right.
Okay.
Other
Okay.
transport. It's if I come back by plane.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Is there more question here? There's no question anymore. I think it's enough. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Anna. You want to give a closing statement?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And give a big applause for Ms. Anna. Okay, we have finished. We have listened the author's presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. And I will give back the time and floor to the MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Ibu Wisnu, for leading a very fruitful discussion this afternoon. And distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very productive and inspiring time together, and hopefully everyone here acquires today's conference to be of a value. Well, now that we already have 4 participants to presenting their paper, this event about to come to the very end. And after this, we will officially close these 2-day seminars. But before that, we will wait for the participants in room number 2 to join us in the hall. And while we're waiting, and while we're waiting, you may enjoy the afternoon snack and enjoy the time.
You're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past our satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Fading in, fading out, on the edge of paradise. Every inch of your skin is the holy grail I've gotta find. Only you can set my heart on fire, on fire. Yeah, I'll let you set the pace, 'cause I'm not thinking straight. My head's spinning around, I can't see clear no more. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Oh, what are you waiting for? Spend 24 hours, I need more hours with you. You spent the weekend getting even. Oh, we spent the late nights making things right between us.
But now it's all good, babe. Roll that backward, babe, and play me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me to sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah.
Guys like you love fun, and yeah, me too. What I want when I come through, I need a guy like you, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you.
I spent last night on the last flight to you. Took a whole day up, trying to get way up. Ooh. We spent the daylight trying to make things right between us.
But now it's all good, babe. Roll that backward, babe, and play me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me to sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah.
Guys like you love fun, and yeah, me too. What I want when I come through, I need a guy like you, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you. Maybe it's 6:45. Maybe I'm barely alive. Maybe you've taken my side for the last time, yeah.
Maybe I know that I'm drunk. Maybe I know you're the one. Maybe you're thinking it's better if you try.
'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me to sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you.
Guys like you love fun, and yeah, me too. What I want when I come through, I need a guy like you. I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills, till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the change turn around. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, will the landslide bring you down? And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, will the landslide bring you down? Oh, the landslide will bring it down.
Love of mine, someday you will die, but I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark.
No blinding light or tunnels to gates of white, just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the notes on their vacancy sides. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I will follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles bruised by a lady in black.
I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love. So I never went back.
If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the notes on their vacancy sides. If there's no one beside you,
Good afternoon, welcome back to the main hall. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, this event is about to come to the very end. But before we begin the closing ceremony event, we would like to invite the Director of RTC Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, to hand over a token of appreciation to our moderator. And we would like to invite Bapak Mukmin Setio Sudarmo and also Ibu Wisnu Nugrahini as the representative of RTC Indonesia facilitator.
Once again, I would like to say thank you to Ibu Wisnu and also Bapak Mukmin for being a moderator in a paper presentation session this afternoon.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you found yesterday and today's presentations informative and also helpful. And to seal the conference, we would like to invite the Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, to present us with the closing speech. To Bapak Untarto Wibowo, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Excellencies that were with us since this morning, Bapak Muhammad Lukman from Indonesia National Single Window, Dr. Rudi Rahmadi, Director of Customs and Excise Information, and also the speakers along with us since this morning, Mrs. Asa Menon, Mrs. Nurul from DHL and Malaysia Customs Department, Dr. Zeng Pengfei from Shanghai Customs College, authors of selected papers from various institutions from Indonesia and other countries, and also my new brother here, Dr. Sanusi Saulawa, that has already been here with us since yesterday, then from Nigeria Customs. Thank you, Dr. Saulawa, for being with us. First of all, let us express our gratitude towards Allah the Almighty, whose blessings are always with us, so that we all can gather here and finish the whole sessions of our 2 days international conference. On behalf of Indonesia Customs and Excise Training Center, the regional WCO Regional Training Center for Asia Pacific, I'm pleased to extend my deep appreciation to all of resource persons, authors and participants who attended both in person and online from Indonesia and International Customs Administration from all over the world. Thank you for your presence and participation at the 3rd WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Customs Role on Sustainability and Digital Economy, which have been held for 2 days, starting yesterday, 7th up to today, 8th of November 2023. I express my gratitude to prominent resources person from World Customs Organization, United Nations Environment Program, Basel Convention Regional Center for Southeast Asia, Directorate of Customs and Excise Indonesia, DHL Express, Royal Malaysian Customs Department, and Shanghai Customs College of China Customs, and from Nigeria Customs as well. I hope we enjoyed the presentation and discussion from those speakers of many interesting issues, topics, and best practices relating to focus area of WCO strategic plans in green customs and technology and innovation, green customs initiative, strengthening customs administrative in multilateral environment agreements, controlling cross-border movement of waste within the Southeast Asia region, transformation in supporting the digital economy, private sector implementation of e-commerce principles and standards, and implementation of framework of standards of cross-border e-commerce. For the authors, I convey my appreciation for the ceaseless contribution in preparing the papers, presentation, and sincere willingness to share the concept, ideas, and practices. Moreover, I would like to thank as well the participants that actively discuss and never stop learning. I also give my appreciation to our main partner, Director General of Customs and Excise, and also Polytechnic State of Finance, STAN, as the committee that hosted this event, starting from call for paper announcement, paper reviewing and selection, selected paper announcement, until the international conference as the highlight event. Distinguished participants for the first sub-theme of sustainability, I expect that more initiative of green customs can be developed, focusing between customs administration on the smuggling of special commodities containing ozone-depleting substances, toxic chemicals, hazardous waste, endangered species, and living modified organisms. The customs and border control agencies are the front line of defense to deal with this illegal trade. Therefore, it is necessary to build competence and awareness of knowledge about green customs, including conventions and multilateral environment agreements. For the second sub-theme of digitalization or technology and innovation in customs, I believe the papers and sharing presented previously have been covered through these three aspects as follows. First, implementation of digitalization and procedures as a solution and response to the needs of partner countries to develop trade facilities, improve risk management and efficiency of mechanisms for collecting state revenue from customs activities. Secondly, implementations of specific data strategies on the entire customs organizational structure through optimal data processing and analysis to support decision making. And thirdly, promoting an increasingly real-time exchange of information between the customs administrations or of member countries to foster trust and awareness, developing a security system for exchanging information and regulating the limitation on data exchange. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia Customs and Excise Education Training Center, which has become the World Customs Organization Regional Training Center in Indonesia, plays a strategic role in increasing the capacity of customs administration employees in the Asia-Pacific region through organizing various capacity building activities, including international training, workshops, and conference. I really hope that this international conference can be successfully create opportunities for expanding communication networks among customs authorities between countries, institutions, and academic bodies with the aim of developing future international conference activities or similar activities focused on research and database customs human resources capacity building. Furthermore, the result of this conference can provide alternative solutions to challenges, to challenge and opportunities in customs administrations in the future, whether in the form of regulations, practices, or systems related to sustainability and the digital economy. Ultimately, the constructive discussion and sharing that have been conducted will produce a more insightful concepts and valuable practice that give value added to the aspect of green customs and technology as well as innovation in customs. Finally, with those remarks, I will conclude by wishing you to stay healthy, keep learning, and see you at our future international conference next year. Then I officially closing the third WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference Customs Role on Sustainability and Digital Economy. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, for giving a closing remarks on this seminar. Okay, before we move on, We would like to ask Bapak Untarto Wibowo to come forward as we are about to have a photo session. And on this session, we also would like to invite Ibu Wisnu Nugraheni and also Bapak Mukmin to come forward. And also the selected papers authors to come forward, and we are going to have the photo session on this seminar. We would like to invite all the authors to come forward to have a photo session at the end of this seminar, day 2.
To all the authors, please come forward. With the right hand.
Thank you very much, and I have a round of applause for this 2-day seminar of WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. Well, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this conference to an end, please take a moment to access the evaluation form provided in the given link on link 3. We would like to have your feedback on yesterday and today's conference in the form of suggestions and also maybe some constructive critics. And don't forget to fill and recheck your identity on the form in order to prevent spelling errors. And your e-certificate will later be sent directly to your email. And as for the Ministry of Finance's employee, your e-certificate will be sent directly to your Harris account.
Exactly. And now to officially end the conference, Ambar, as Bapak Untarto gave you a very insightful speech, we would leave you with a quote by Stuart Bryan. Quote, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it." Quote, let us all be guided by all the things we have heard and learned throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future.
Wow, what a nice quote to seal the day, Taufik. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you to always stay safe and stay healthy. And it is time for us to say goodbye now. Have a great day and see you again at another event. I am Ambar.
And I'm Taufik, signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Official performed by Febri It's the Air We Made.